All right, hello everyone. I am here if you are, but are any of us ever really here? That's a question to explore tonight. As I emerge from the portal, bum. Hi! It's good to see you again. I do have energy. I do have some sody pop as well. The name brand stuff. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Some Verners. If only Bane was here, Bane Senpai would notice me, Uwu. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for stopping by, Cynical and Ravenstar and Miller 4139. Just some quick review over things. Not too much because I have a little bit of makeup reading to do since after yesterday it was a lot of snow moving and removal on top of on an early and a busy day, and I got through the chapter, but I was flagging. I didn't stay up, after saying, sorry everyone, I'm just gonna go to bed, and then I didn't. I went to bed. I promise I did. I did have another early morning, but that's because there were some things to do, which is perfectly fine. But I was able to get a nap in prior to going live, so here we are. I'm a lot more focused, and I think we're gonna have a good night continuing the story where we pick up with chapter 12. Just the few things as we're going over. The new emotes are not on BTTV. So Miller and Raven, you will notice them. You'll notice them on Twitch. And I'll show you what they are. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and what's the one that I'm missing? I'm missing one of them, but as you can see, let's see, we have our two for the Griffin, 2 for the Dragon, 2 for Biddy. We have our 2 for the Wench, 2 for Awe. Oh, I forgot the cringe emote. That's right, the cringe emote. There it is. So please enjoy those. Look at what's there. I'll probably be refreshing where the emote slots all fit, and we'll go from there. I'm really happy with the Hero Zone Sag, just due to that rain effect and the crying. That poor goblin. Oh, that poor goblin. But if we do end up having something like another giveaway, we do have Gib, or we do have Gift. And all of these BTTV emotes, these are ones that are available to all of you, whether you're a follower or a subscriber. And you can have fun comboing them like this. Now, prior to reading, I'll have this up. I'll link it when we are ready to go. But I do also want to show off. Where's my disc rod? Aha, here we are. Despite last night being shorter than usual, 2 more boxes ended up going out thanks to Coffee Cat. Coffee Cat topped off this community box and ended up giving a whole other box away, such that Ravenstar and Kragar, the Kragarian, ended up winning. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. We only have 38 boxes left. And I say only 8 because that's not a lot, especially because we're on the march to 100 for this channel fundraiser. So if there's a box of minis that I can send out to you, or you would like to sponsor one for me to give away, please, let's do that. I appreciate the support, and I'm sure you, or whoever receives that gift, will appreciate the minis. I'm running out of time to move out of my office, so the sooner the better that I can get all this stuff packed and going, especially because one of you out there who has supported this giveaway will be winning a gargantuan pre-painted Tiamat. It is a miniature that, about the size of a house cat. And that's as a bonus thank you for going as hard as you all have. I am as generous as possible at all times. I'm sure as many of you as many of you can attest for having seen it. This year is going to be filled with a lot of fun and neat things. I'm going to be trying some different. I'm going to be trying some different ways of streaming with you all, including taking you up in Biddy. Biddy, I actually named because I had to register the drone with the FAA. I actually named the drone Biddy. So I'm going to take you up in Biddy, and we are going to we're going to fly around. Because Hey, this ain't over, Miller. Just watch what I'll do with all 50 you threw at me, with. Our Dragon Mareni, her pronunciation, or she's a little confused about words at times. And you know what? I talked through that one. Streamlabs. Another for you and one to give away. All right, let's open up Discord, and you will see this happen live. Edit. Miller and Miller gives two. Everything about this and the prior capsule events and such. Not that this is a capsule event, but I keep this as transparent as possible. No flim-flammery, no fly-by-night shenanigans. This is boxes of real minis going out to you as real people. I guess I'll make a note over here in Table Talk. Looks like there's at least one box of minis going out tonight. so far. Will it be more? Only you all can make that happen. All right. So we'll close this out. And I need to make sure, because we did have a little bit of topping off through some bits. Let's go back to the Adopt-a-thon. There we go. That is updated. Thank you for that generosity, Miller. Of course, that box will get added. You know, the quantity will get added. I want to send out the quantities, or the quantities will match, but I don't want to use up a bunch of little boxes if I can stack them, right? So when we hit the 100, everyone's collections will get reduced if it's appropriate, and we'll also have we'll pull the name of the person who's going to win that Tiamat. All right, now the website that I have open is one of several you can go to. Hi, Coffee Cat. Coffee Cat, you're here just in time. I'll be reading. I will begin reading soon, and we have at least one box to give away due to Miller's generosity, similar to the generosity that you showed last night. So thank you for that. So, Coffee Cat, if you can put up with my voice, then we will we'll have a box giveaway in a couple hours. Okay, that way people have a time to stop by. Only the real ones who struggle bus through my awkward reading will have the chance at winning a box of minis. But I'm a lot more energetic today than I was last night. I'm happy for that, and that's good because we have a little bit of makeup reading to do. I had hoped to have read maybe 3 or 4 chapters last night, and of course tonight I want to read a couple more chapters as well. So let's find out what is going to happen next. As we're going through, we are in chapter 12. Winged Sleep, Smoke in the East, Dark Memories. I'm sorry, real quick. If you do visit a place like Dragonlance Nexus or one of the wiki sites, just be careful, because if you haven't read the novels, there's going to be spoilers. This is the 40th anniversary collection I'm reading to you. And there's more than the 3 books in Dragonlance. So you could end up spoiling something if you do go to those sites. But I want to make sure that I do give sites like this some love and attention, because if you feel inspired by characters or events that you hear in this book, you want to follow up on it, or you want to learn a little bit more, there are resources to do so. Miller says, my mom actually gave me a ton of Dragonlance books when I was still in school. I had no interest in them back then. Now I can't find almost any of them. And and those are probably early edition ones too. Well, hopefully you'll be able to, but I also know from personal experience and from those of others in the hobby, Miller, a lot of our collections of books or cards or comics do fall victim to fire, flood, theft, and other such things. It's almost a rite of passage, some sort of a ritual. So if those books are gone, they got lost in a move, or I don't know, a family member ended up burning them, thinking that you were literally summoning the devil by reading a fantasy fiction book, then one of us, one of us. Pardon. I'm not necessarily sick. It's been so dry that like I don't have a fever. I don't have chills or anything, but breathing dry air all the time just it like conglomerates the goop. Anyway, I got to clear my throat if I'm going to do voices. Zach Saroth, Tanis said. That is my decision. Is that what the mage advises? Sturm asked sullenly. It is, Tanis answered, and I believe his advice is sound. If we do not reach Zach Saroth within 2 days, others will, and this quote-unquote greatest gift may be lost forever. The greatest gift, Tasselhoff said, his eyes shining. Just think, Flint. Jewels beyond price. Or maybe a keg of ale and Noddick's fried taters, the dwarf muttered, and a nice warm fire. But no, Zach Saroth. Oh, you had an ex steal some of your OG PS1 and 2 games. That, not to make light of it, but that is a tale as old as time as well, Miller. So you're in the same club as many who are into this gaming and hobby life. One of us, one of us. I guess we're all in agreement then, Tanis said. If you feel you are needed in the North, Sturm, of course I will go to Zach Saroth. Sturm sighed. There is nothing in the North for me. I've been deluding myself. The knights of my order are scattered, holed up in crumbling fortresses, fighting off the debt collectors. The knight's face twisted in agony, and he lowered his head. Tanis suddenly felt tired. His neck hurt, his shoulders and back ached. His leg muscles twitched. He started to say something more, then felt a gentle hand touch his shoulder. He looked up to see Goldmoon's face, cool and calm in the moonlight. You are weary, my friend, she said. We all are. But we are glad you are coming, Riverwind and I. Her hand was strong. She looked up, her clear gaze encompassing the entire group. We are glad all of you are coming with us. Tanis, glancing at Riverwind, wasn't certain the tall plainsman agreed with her. Just another adventure, Caramon said, flushing with embarrassment. They raced. He nudged his brother, Raceland. He nudged his brother. Raceland, ignoring his twin, looked at the Forest Master. Now, if you recall from last night, the Forest Master is a unicorn. A very ancient and very beautiful unicorn of the Darkenwood. Indeed, the Forest Master replied. The Forest Master has a deep, kind of a booming, slightly feminine voice. Well, for a unicorn. I guess for any horse. The Forest Master replied, nodding gravely. I, too, am glad you have made this decision. I hope you find my aid welcome. The Forest Master raised her head, looking up into the sky. The companions followed her gaze. The night sky, seen through the canopy of tall trees, glittered brilliantly with stars. Soon the companions became aware of something flying up there, winking out the stars and passing. I'll be a gully dwarf, Flint said solemnly. Flying horses. What next? Oh! Tasselhoff drew in a deep breath. The Kender was transfixed with wonder as he watched the beautiful animals circle above them, descending lower and lower with each turn, their fur radiating blue-white in the moonlight. Tass clasped his hands together. Never in his wildest Kender imaginings had he dreamed of flying. This was worth fighting all the Draconians on Krynn. The Pegasi dipped to the ground, their feathery wings creating a wind that tossed the tree branches and laid the grass flat. A large Pegasus with wings that touched the ground when he walked bowed reverently to the Forest Master. His bearing was proud and noble. Each of the other beautiful creatures bowed in turn. You have summoned us? The leader asked the Forest Master. These guests of mine have urgent business to the east. I bid you bear them with the swiftness of the winds across the Eastwall Mountains. The Pegasus regarded the companions with astonishment. He walked with stately mane, M-E-I-N, a way you conduct yourself. Over to stare first at one, then another. When Tass raised his hand to pet the steed's nose.
I'm not a bad slime slurp.
Uh-oh. You're not a bad slime slurp? Well, thank you. Welcome, is that Dumb Dad I Do? Welcome, welcome. Pull up the chair. I'm reading. Enjoy the story. If you have questions on things that have happened so far, I'll be happy to help catch you up. And thank you, Lucius, for sharing our Discord, which you are also welcome to join. When Tass raised his hand to pet the steed's nose, both of the animal's ears swiveled forward, and he reared his great head back. But when he got to Flint, he snorted in disgust and turned to the Forest Master. A Kender? Humans? And a dwarf? It's italicized in the book. extra emphasis. I guess the horse now doesn't like the dwarf back, and it's not just a one-way thing. Don't do me any favors, horse, Flint sneezed. Remember, Flint is sniffly and allergic to horses. which include unicorns, pegasi, and centaurs. The forest master merely nodded and smiled. The Pegasus bowed in reluctant assent. Very well, master, he replied. With powerful grace. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not a quote. With powerful grace, he walked over to Goldmoon and started to bend his foreleg, dipping low before her to assist her in mounting. No, do not kneel, noble animal, she said. I have ridden horses since before I could walk. I need no such assistance. Handing Riverwind her staff, Goldmoon threw her arm around the Pegasus's neck and pulled herself astride his broad back. Her silver gold hair blew feathery white in the moonlight. Her face was pure and cold as marble. Now she truly looked like a princess of the barbarian tribe. She took her staff from Riverwind. Raising it in the air, she lifted her voice in song. Riverwind, his eyes shining with admiration, leaped up behind her on the back of the winged horse. Putting his arms around her, he added his deep baritone voice to hers. Tanis had no idea what they were singing, but it seemed a song of victory and triumph. It stirred his blood, and he would have willingly joined in. One of the Pegasi cantered up to him. He pulled himself up and settled himself on its broad back, sitting in front of the powerful wings. Now all the companions, caught up with the elation of the moment, mounted. Goldmoon saw... hang on, the pacing on this. Now all the companions, caught up in the admiration of the moment, mounted. Goldmoon's song adding wings to their souls as the Pegasi spread their huge wings and caught the wind currents. They soared higher and higher, circling above the forest. The silver moon and the red bathed the valley below and the clouds above in an eerie, beautiful purplish glow that receded into a deeper purple night. As the forest fell away from them, the last thing the companions saw was the forest master, glimmering like a star fallen from the heavens, shining lost and alone in a darkening land. One by one, the companions felt drowsiness overcome them. Tasselhoff fought this magically induced sleep longest, enchanted by the rush of wind against his face, spellbound by the sight of the tall trees that normally loomed over him, reduced to child's toys. Tass struggled to remain awake long after everyone else. Flint's head rested against his back, the dwarf snoring loudly. Goldmoon was cradled in Riverwind's arms. His head drooped over her shoulder. Even in his sleep, he held her protectively. Caramon slumped over his horse's neck, breathing stentoriously. His brother rested against his twin's broad back. Sturm slept peacefully, the lines of pain gone from his face. Even Tanis's bearded face was clear of care and worry and responsibility. Tass yawned. No, he mumbled, blinking rapidly and pinching himself. Rest now, little Kender, his Pegasus said in amusement. Mortals were not meant to fly. This sleep is for your protection. We do not want you to panic and fall off. I won't, Tass protested, yawning again. His head sank forward. The Pegasus's neck was warm and comfortable. The fur was fragrant and soft. I won't panic, Tass whispered sleepily. Never had it. He slept. The half-elf woke with a start to find that he was lying in a grassy meadow. The leader of the Pegasi stood above him, staring off to the east. Tanis sat up. Where are we? He began. This isn't a city. He looked around. Why, we haven't even crossed the mountains yet. I am sorry. The Pegasus turned to him. We could not take you as far as the East Wall Mountains. There is great trouble brewing in the east. A darkness fills the air, such a darkness as I have not felt in Krynn for countless... He stopped, lowering his head, and pawed the ground restlessly. I dare not travel farther. Where are we? The confused half-elf repeated. And where are the other Pegasi? I sent them home. I remain to guard your sleep. Now that you are awake, I must return home as well. The Pegasus gazed sternly at Tanis. I know not what awakened this great evil on Krynn. I trust it was not you and your companions. He spread his great wings. Wait! Tanis scrambled to his feet. What? The Pegasus leapt into the air, circled twice, then was gone, flying rapidly back to the west. What evil? Tanis asked glumly. He sighed and looked around. His companions were sleeping soundly, lying on the ground around him, in various poses of slumber. He studied the horizon, trying to get his bearings. It was nearly dawn, he realized. The sun's light was just beginning to illuminate the east. He was standing on a flat prairie. There was not a tree in sight, nothing but rolling fields of tall grass as far as he could see. Wondering what the Pegasus had meant about trouble to the east, Tanis sat down to watch the sun rise and wait for his friends to wake. He wasn't particularly worried about where he was, for he guessed Riverwind knew this land down to the last blade of grass. So he stretched out on the ground, facing the east, feeling more relaxed after that strange sleep than he had in many nights. Suddenly, he sat upright, his relaxed feeling gone, a tightness clutching at his throat like an unseen hand. For there, snaking up to meet the bright new morning sun, were three thick, twisting columns of greasy, black smoke. Tanis stumbled to his feet. He ran over and shook Riverwind gently, trying to wake the plainsman without disturbing Goldmoon. Hush, Tanis whispered, putting a warning finger on his lips and nodding toward the sleeping woman as Riverwind blinked at the half-elf. Seeing Tanis's dark expression, the barbarian was instantly awake. He stood up quietly and moved off with Tanis, glancing around him. What's this? He whispered. We're in the plains of Abyssinia, still about a half-day's journey from the Eastwall Mountains. My village lies to the east. He stopped as Tanis pointed silently eastward. Then he gave a shallow, ragged cry as he saw the smoke curling into the sky. Goldmoon jerked awake. She sat up, gazed at Riverwind sleepily, then with growing alarm. Turning, she followed his horrified stare. No, she moaned. No! She cried again. Quickly rising, she began to gather her possessions. The others woke at her cry. What is it? Karaman jumped up. Their village, Tanis said softly, gesturing with his hand. It's burning. Apparently the armies are moving quicker than we thought. No, said Raceland. Remember, the Draconian clerics mentioned they had traced the staff to a village in the plains. My people, Goldmoon murmured, energy draining from her. She slumped in Riverwind's arms, staring at the smoke. My father. We'd better get going, Caramon glanced around uneasily. We show up like a jewel in a gypsy dancer's cavil. Yes, said Tanis. We've definitely got to get out of here. But where do we go? He asked Riverwind. Kueshu. Goldmoon's tone allowed no contradiction. It's on our way. The Eastwall Mountains are just beyond my village. She started through the tall grass. Tanis glanced at Riverwind. Morulina! The plainsman called out to her. Running forward, he caught hold of Goldmoon's arm. Nik patak merilar, he said sternly. She stared up at him, her eyes blue and cold as the morning sky. No, she said resolutely. I am going to our village. It is our fault if something has happened. I don't care if there are thousands of those monsters waiting. I will die with our people, as I should have done. Her voice failed her. Tanis, watching, felt his heart ache with pity. Riverwind put his arms, Riverwind put his arm around her, and together they began walking toward the rising sun. Caramon cleared his throat. I hope I do not meet 1,000 of those things, he muttered, hoisting his and his brother's packs. Hey, he said in astonishment, they're full. He peered in his pack. Provisions, several days' worth, and my sword's back in my scabbard. At least that's one thing we won't have to worry about, Tanis said grimly. You all right, Sturm? Yes, the knight answered. I feel much better after that sleep. Right then, let's go. Flint, where's Tass? Turning, Tanis nearly fell over the Kender, who had been standing right behind him. Poor Goldmoon, Tanis said softly. Tanis patted him on the shoulder. Maybe it won't be as bad as we fear. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that was Tanis, not Tass. So Tasselhoff Burfoot is his name is reduced down to Tass. And then we have Tanis. And so anytime, because the way that the words are not necessary, or the lines, the exchange of dialogue isn't necessarily split up, I almost have to read ahead, see who's saying something, and then go back in order to load up the voice. Maybe it won't be as bad as we fear, the half-elf said, following the plainsmen through the rippling grass. Maybe the warriors fought them off, and those are victory fires. Tasselhoff sighed and looked up to Tanis, his brown eyes wide. You're a rotten liar, Tanis, the Kender said. He had a feeling it was going to be a very long day. Also, thank you for the shout-out to Coffee Cat Presents, Raven. Twilight, the pale sun set. Shafts of yellow and tan streaked the western sky, then faded into dreary night. The companions sat huddled around a fire that offered no warmth, for there existed no flame on Krynn that would drive the chill from their souls. They did not speak to each other, but each sat staring into the fire, trying to make some sense of what they had seen, trying to make sense of the senseless. Tanis had lived through much that was terrible in his life. But the ravaged town of Quayshu would always stand out in his mind as a symbol of the horrors of war. Even so, remembering Quayshu, he could only grasp fleeting images in his mind, refusing to encompass the total awful vision. Oddly enough, he remembered the melted stones of Quayshu. He remembered them vividly. Only in his dreams did he recall the twisted and blackened bodies that lay among the smoking stones. The great stone walls, the huge stone temples and edifices, the spacious stone buildings with their rock courtyards and statuary, the large stone arena, all had melted like butter on a hot summer day. The rock still smoldered, though it was obvious that the village must have been attacked well over a sunrise ago. It was as if a white-hot, searing flame had engulfed the entire village. But what fire was there on Kryn that could melt rock? He remembered a creaking sound, remembered hearing it and being puzzled by it, and wondered what it was, until locating the source of the only sound in the deathly still town became an obsession. He ran through the ruined village until he located the source. He remembered that he shouted to the others until they came. They stood staring into the melted arena. Huge stone blocks had poured down from the side of the bowl-shaped depression, forming molten ripples of rock around the bottom of the dish. In the center, on grass that was blackened and charred, stood a crude gibbet. 2 stout posts had been driven into the burned ground by unspeakable force, their bases splintered by the impact. 10 feet above the ground, a cross-piece pole was lashed to the 2 posts. The wood was charred and blistered. Scavenger birds perched on the top. 3 chains made of what appeared to be iron before it had melted and run together, swung back and forth. This was the cause of the creaking sound. Suspended from each chain, apparently by the feet, was a corpse. The corpses were not human. They were hobgoblin. On top of the gruesome structure was a shield stuck to the crosspiece with a broken sword blade. Roughly clawed on the battered shield were the words written in crude form of common. Quote, "This is what happens to those who take prisoners against my commands. Kill or be killed." It was signed Verminard. Verminard. The name meant nothing to Tanis. Other images. Other images. He remembered Goldmoon standing in the center of her father's ruined house, trying to put back together the pieces of a broken vase. He remembered a dog, the only living thing they found in the entire village, curled around the body of a dead child. Caramon stopped to pet the small dog. The animal cringed, then licked the big man's hand. It then licked the child's cold face, looking up at the warrior hopefully, expecting this human to make everything all right, to make his little playmate run and laugh again. He remembered Caramon stroking the dog's soft fur with his huge hands. He remembered Riverwind picking up a rock, holding it aimlessly as he stared around his burned and blasted village. He remembered he remembered Sturm, standing transfixed before the gibbet, staring at the sign, and he remembered the knight's lips moving as though in prayer, or perhaps a silent vow. He remembered the sorrow-lined face of the dwarf, who had seen so much tragedy in his long lifetime, as he stood in the center of the ruined village, patting Tasselhoff gently on the back after finding the Kender sobbing in a corner. He remembered Goldmoon's frantic search for survivors. She crawled through the blackened rubble, screaming out names, listening for faint answers to her calls, until she was hoarse and Riverwind finally convinced her it was hopeless. If there were any survivors, they had long since fled. He remembered standing alone in the center of the town, looking at piles of dust with arrowheads in them, and recognizing them as bodies of Draconians. He remembered a cold hand touching his arm and the mage's whispering voice. "Tanis, we must leave. There is nothing more we can do, and we must reach Zaxaroth. Then we will have our revenge." And so they left Quayshu. They traveled far into the night, none of them wanting to stop, each wanting to push his body to the point of exhaustion so that when they finally slept, there would be no evil dreams. But the dreams came anyway. Talk about a heavy chapter, huh? Now, as I take a quick break to do some sipping, okay? And then we'll get back to reading. I'm not finished for the night. Have you all, in your games, ever had a moment like this? A moment where it really, the best way to phrase it is where shit got real. I'm interested in hearing that. So Lucius, Miller, Raven, Coffee Cat, if you're still lurking out there, have you had a moment like that in any of your games, or even if you wrote a comic or a book or something, a fan fiction? Have you had a moment like this where, you know, as much as there's wonder and adventure and fantasy, shit got real? Any of you out there are welcome to answer as well. You know, if you're out there lurking, if you're a regular, or if there's someone who's new hanging out here, I'd love to hear at least a brief moment of this kind of sobering where, and I think that this was done well, where the tragedy was portrayed in a way that does convey the emotion. And it wasn't just edgy, or it wasn't just written as blood was everywhere and bodies were wrecked and blood, you know, and then like everything was emphasizing the destruction. And not even for any purpose of self-censorship or keeping things to a, you know, PG-13ish rating. But the way that this was portrayed, that it was written, really it sets the emotions of the characters and the weight of everything. It didn't spend a lot of time in gruesome detail talking about the bodies or the child or anything like that. Now it brought it up. So I mean, this isn't some, you know, G-rated fantasy adventure where, you know, it's My Little Pony and we're all friends and no one ever gets hurt, or, you know, or anything like that. But it also doesn't have to be some dark, edgy, brooding, you know, where, you know, the singed lips of the corpse looked as if sneering at a bitter foe, which can help tell the story, but it sets a different tone. I'll take a couple other sips as we continue, but the prompt is out there for you all to consider. As we're moving on in chapters, some more fantasy art. Chapter 13, Chill Dawn, Vine Bridges, Dark Water. Let's see if I can find... because I believe we're getting into... oh, actually... here we go, Rope Bridge. Tanis felt clawed hands clutching at his throat. He struggled and fought, then woke to find Riverwind bending over him in the darkness, shaking him roughly. "What?" Tanis sat up. "You were dreaming," the plainsman said grimly. "I had to wake you. Your shouts would draw an army down on us." "Yes, thanks," Tanis muttered. "I'm sorry." He sat up, trying to shake off the nightmare. "What time is it?" "Still several hours till dawn," Riverwind said wearily. He returned to where he had been sitting, his back against the trunk of a twisted tree. Goldmoon lay sleeping on the ground beside him. She began to murmur and shake her head, making small, soft, moaning cries like a wounded animal. Riverwind stroked her silver gold hair, and she quieted. "You should have wakened me earlier," Tanis said. He stood up, rubbing his shoulders and neck. "It's my watch." "Do you think I could sleep?" asked Riverwind bitterly. "You've got to," Tanis answered. "You'll show us up if you don't. You'll slow us up if you don't. The men in my tribe can travel for many days without sleep," Riverwind said. His eyes were dull and glazed, and he seemed to stare at nothing. Tanis started to argue, then sighed and kept quiet. He knew that he could never truly understand the agony the plainsman was suffering. To have friends and family and an entire life utterly destroyed must be so devastating that the mind shrank from even imagining it. Tanis left him and walked over to where Flint was sitting, carving at a piece of wood. "You might as well get some sleep," Tanis told the dwarf. "I'll watch for a while." Flint nodded. "I heard you yelling over there." He sheathed his dagger and thrust the piece of wood into a pouch. And I think that's a little too loud. There we go. If the background music at any time is overpowering or distracting, all right, Flint nodded. "I heard you yelling over there." He sheathed his dagger and thrust the piece of wood into a pouch. "Defending Kuei Shu?" Tanis frowned at the memory. Shivering in the chill night, he wrapped his cloak around him, drew up his hood. Any idea where we are?" Oh no, actually, he asked Flint. "Any idea where we are?" he asked Flint. "The plainsman says we're on the road known as Sageway East," the dwarf answered. He stretched out on the cold ground, dragging a blanket up around his shoulders. "Some old highway. It's been around since before the cataclysm." "I don't suppose we'd be fortunate enough to have this road take us into Zaxxaroth." Riverwind doesn't seem to think so, the dwarf mumbled sleepily. Says he's only followed it at a short distance. But at least it gets us through the mountains. He gave a great yawn and turned over, pillowing his head on his cloak. Tanis breathed deeply. The night seemed peaceful enough. They hadn't run into any draconians or goblins in their wild flight from Quayshu. As Raceland said, apparently the draconians had attacked Quayshu in search of the staff, not as part of any preparations for battle. They had struck and then withdrawn. The Forest Master's time limit still held good. Tanis supposed Zaxaroth within 2 days. And 1 day had already passed. Shivering, the half-elf walked back over to Riverwind. Do you have any idea how far we have to go in what direction? Tanis crouched down next to the plainsman. Yes. Riverwind nodded, rubbing his burning eyes. We must go to the northeast, toward Nusi. That is where the city is rumored to be. I have never been there. He frowned, then shook his head. I've never been there, he repeated. Can we reach it by tomorrow? Tanis asked. Nusi is said to be 2 days' journey from Quayshu. The barbarian sighed. If Zaxaroth exists, we should be able to reach it in a day. Though I have heard that the land from here to Nusi is swampy and difficult to travel. He shut his eyes, his hand absently stroking Goldmoon's hair. Tanis fell silent, hoping the plainsman would sleep. The half-elf moved quietly to sit beneath the tree, staring into the night. He made a mental note to ask Tasselhoff in the morning if he had a map. The Kender did have a map, but it wasn't much help, dating, as it did, before the Cataclysm. Nusi wasn't on the map since it had appeared after the land had been torn apart and the waters of Turbidus Ocean had rushed in to fill it. Still, the map showed Zaxaroth only a short distance from the highway marked Sageway East. They should reach it sometime that afternoon if the territory they had to cross wasn't impassable. The companions ate a cheerless breakfast, most forcing the food down without appetite. Raceland brewed his foul-smelling herbal drink over the small fire, his strange eyes lingering on Goldmoon's staff. How precious it has become, he commented softly, now that it has been purchased by the blood of innocence. Is it worth it? Is it worth the lives of my people? Goldmoon asked, staring at the nondescript brown staff dolly. She seemed to have aged during the night. Gray circles smudged the skin beneath her eyes. None of the companions answered, each looking away in awkward silence. Riverwind stood up abruptly and stalked off to the woods by himself. Goldmoon lifted her eyes and stared after him. Then her head sank into her hand, and she began to weep silently. He blames himself. She shook her head. And I am not helping him. It wasn't his fault. It's not anyone's fault, Tanis said slowly, walking over to her. He put his hand on her shoulder, rubbing out the tenseness he felt in the bunched muscles of her neck. We can't understand. We've just got to keep going and hope we find the answer in Zaxaroth. She nodded and wiped her eyes, drew a deep breath, and blew her nose on a handkerchief Tasselhoff handed her. You're right, she said, swallowing. My father would be ashamed of me. I must remember, I am Chieftain's daughter. No, came Riverwind's deep voice. from where he stood behind her in the shadows of the trees. You are Chieftain. Goldmoon gasped. She twisted to her feet to stare wide-eyed at Riverwind. Perhaps I am, she faltered. But it is meaningless. Our people are dead. I saw tracks, Riverwind answered. Some managed to flee. They have probably gone into the mountains. They will return, and you will be their ruler. Are people still alive? Goldmoon's face became radiant. Not many. Maybe none now. It would depend on whether or not the Draconians followed them into the mountains. Riverwind shrugged. Still, you are now their ruler. Bitterness crept into his voice. And I will be husband of Chieftain. Goldmoon cringed, as though he had struck her. She blinked, then shook her head. No, Riverwind, she said softly. We've talked. Have we? He interrupted. I was thinking about it last night. I've been gone so many years. My thoughts were of you, as a woman. I did not realize. He swallowed and then drew a deep breath. I left Goldmoon. I returned to find Chieftain's daughter. What choice did I have? Goldmoon cried angrily. My father wasn't well. I had to rule, or Lorman would have taken over the tribes. Or the tribe, singular. Do you know what it's like being Chieftain's daughter? Wondering at every meal if this morsel is the one with the poison? Struggling every day to find the money in the treasury to pay the soldiers so that Lorman would have no excuse to take over. And all the time I must act as Chieftain's daughter, while my father sits and drools and mumbles. Her voice choked with tears. Riverwind listened, his face stern and unmoving. He stared at a point above her head. We should get started, he said coldly. It's nearly dawn. The companions had traveled only a few miles on the old broken road when it dumped them literally into a swamp. They had noticed that the ground was getting spongier and the tall, sturdy trees of the mountain canyon forests dwindled. Strange, twisted trees rose up before them. A miasma blotted out the sun, and the air became foul to breathe. Raceland began to cough and covered his mouth with a handkerchief. They stayed on broken stones of the old road, avoiding the dank, swampy ground next to it. Flint was walking in front with Tasselhoff when suddenly the dwarf gave a great shout and disappeared into the muck. They could see only his head. Help the dwarf! Tass shouted, and the others ran up. It's dragging me under! Flint flailed about the black, oozing mud in panic. Hold still, Riverwind cautioned. You have fallen in Deathmurk. Don't go in after him, he warned Sturm, who had leaped forward. You'll both die. Get a branch. Caramon grabbed a young sapling, took a deep breath, grunted, and pulled. They could hear its roots snapping and creaking as the huge warrior dragged it out of the ground. Riverwind stretched out flat, extending the branch to the dwarf. Flint, nearly up to his nose in the slimy muck, thrashed about and finally grabbed hold of it. The warrior hauled the tree out of the Deathmurk, the dwarf clinging to it. Tannis! The Kender clutched at the half-elf and pointed. Hi, Kragar. Yeah, well, you arrived at a good time then. It's relaxing, although it's also in the face of great tragedy. A snake as big around as Caramon's arm slithered into the ooze, right where the dwarf had been floundering. We can't walk through this, Tannis gestured at the swamp. Maybe we should turn back. No time, Raceland whispered, his hourglass eyes glittering. And there is no other way, Riverwind said. His voice sounded strange. And we can't get through. I know a path. And we can get through. I know a path. What? Tanis turned to him. I thought you said... I've been here, the plainsman said in a strangled voice. I can't remember when, but I've been here. I know the way through the swamp, and it leads to... He licked his lips. It leads to a broken city of evil? Tanis asked grimly when the plainsman did not finish his sentence. Zaxaroth, Raceland hissed. Of course, Tanis said softly. It makes sense. Where would we go to find answers about the staff, except to the place where the staff was given you? And we must go now, said Raceland insistently. We must be there by midnight tonight. The plainsman took the lead. He found firm ground around the black water, and making them all walk single file, led them away from the road and deeper into the swamp. Trees that he called Ironclaw rose out of the water, their roots standing exposed, twisting into the mud. Vines drooped from their branches and trailed across the faint path. The mist closed in, and soon no one could see beyond a few feet. They were forced to move slowly, testing every step. A false move, and they would have plunged into the stinking morass that lay foul and stagnant all around them. Suddenly, the trail came to an end in dark swamp water. Now what? Caramon asked gloomily. This, Riverwind said, pointing. A crude bridge made out of vines twisted into ropes was attached to a tree. It spanned the water like a spider web. Who built it? Tanis asked. I don't know, Riverwind said, but you will find them all along the path, wherever it becomes impassable. I told you Zaxaroth would not remain abandoned, Raceland whispered. Yes, well, I suppose we shouldn't throw stones at a gift of the gods, replied Tanis. At least we don't have to swim. The journey across the vine bridge was not pleasant. The vines were coated with slimy moss, which made walking precarious. The structure swayed alarmingly when touched, and its motion became erratic when anyone crossed. They made it safely to the other side, but had walked only a short distance before they were forced to use another bridge. And always below them and around them was dark water, where strange eyes watched them hungrily. Then they reached a point where the firm ground ended, and there were no vine bridges. Ahead was nothing but slimy water. It isn't very deep, Riverwind muttered. Follow me. Step only where I step. Riverwind took a step, then another step, feeling his way, the rest keeping right behind him, staring into the water. They stared in disgust and alarm as unknown and unseen things slithered past their legs. When they reached firm ground again, their legs were coated with slime, all of them gagged from the smell. But this last journey seemed, perhaps, to have been the worst. The jungle growth was not as thick, and they could even see the sun shining faintly through a green haze. Pardon. Gotta keep the vocal cords wet, it's dry. The farther north they traveled, the firmer the terrain became. By midday, Tanis called a halt when he found a dry patch of ground beneath an ancient oak tree. The companions sank down to eat lunch and speak hopefully of leaving the swamp behind them. all except Goldmoon and Riverwind. They spoke not at all. Flint's clothes were sopping wet. He shook with the cold and began complaining about pains in his joints. Tanis grew worried. He knew the dwarf was subject to rheumatism and remembered what Flint had said about fearing to slow them up. Tanis tapped the kender and gestured him over to one side. I know you've got something in one of your pouches that would take the chill off the dwarf bones, if you know what I mean, Tanis said softly. Oh, sure, Tanis, Tass said, brightening. He fumbled around, first in one pouch, then another, and finally came up with a gleaming silver flask. Brandy, Oddic's finest. I don't suppose you paid for it, Tanis asked, grinning. I will, the kender replied, hurt. Next time I'm there. Sure, Tanis patted him on the shoulder. Share some with Flint. Not too much, he cautioned. Just warm him up. All right, and we'll take the lead, we mighty warriors. Tass laughed and skipped over to the dwarf as Tanis returned to the others. They were silently packing up the remains of lunch and preparing to move out. All of us could use some of Oddic's finest, he thought. Goldmoon and Riverwind had not spoken to each other all morning. Their mood spread a pall on everyone. Tanis could think of nothing to do that would end the torture these two were experiencing. He could only hope that time would salve the wounds. The companions continued along the trail for about an hour after lunch, moving more quickly since the thickest part of the jungle had been left behind. Just as they thought, they had left the swamp. However, the firm ground came abruptly to an end. Weary, sick with the smell, and discouraged, the companions found themselves wading through the muck once again. Only Flint and Tasselhoff were unaffected by the return to the swamp. These two had ranged far ahead of the others. Tasselhoff soon, quote-unquote, forgot Tanis's warning about drinking only a little of the brandy. The liquid warmed the blood and took the edge off the gloomy atmosphere, so the kender and dwarf passed the flask back and forth many times until it was empty, and they were traipsing along making jokes about what they would do if they encountered a draconian. I'd turn it to stone, all right, the dwarf said, swinging an imaginary battle axe. Wham! Right in the lizard's gizzard. I'll bet Raceland could turn one to stone with a look. Tass imitated the mage's grim face and dour stare. They both laughed loudly, then hushed, giggling, peering back unsteadily to see if Tanis had heard them. I'll bet Caramon stick a fork in one and eat it, Flint said. Tass choked with laughter and wiped tears from his eyes. The dwarf roared. Suddenly, the two came to an end of the spongy ground. Tasselhoff grabbed hold of the dwarf as Flint nearly plunged headfirst into a pool of swamp water so wide that a vine bridge would not span it. A huge ironclaw tree lay across the water, its thick trunk making a bridge wide enough for two people to walk across side by side. Now this is a bridge, Flint said, stepping back a pace and trying to bring the log into focus. No more spider crawling on those stupid green webs. Let's go. Shouldn't we wait for the others? Tasselhoff asked mildly. Tanis wouldn't want us to get separated. Tanis? Humph, the dwarf sniffed. We'll show him. All right, Tasselhoff agreed cheerfully. He leaped up to the fallen tree. Careful, he said, slipping slightly, then easily catching his balance. It's slick. He took a few quick steps, arms outstretched, his feet pointed out like a rope walker's he'd seen once at a summer fair. The dwarf clambered up after the kender, Flint's thick boots clumping clumsily on the log. A voice in the unbrandied part of Flint's mind told him he could never have done this cold sober. It also told him he was a fool for crossing the bridge without waiting for the others, but he ignored it. He was feeling positively young again. Tasselhoff, enchanted with pretending he was Murgo the Magnificent, looked up and discovered that he did indeed have an audience. One of those draconian things leaped onto the log in front of him. The sight sobered Tass up rapidly. The Kender was not given to fear, but he was certainly amazed. He had presence of mind enough to do two things. First, he yelled out loudly, "Tanis, ambush!" Then he lifted his hoopak staff and swung it in a wide arc. The move took the Draconian by surprise. The creature sucked in its breath and jumped back off the log to the bank below. Tass, momentarily off balance, regained his feet quickly and wondered what to do next. He glanced around and saw another Draconian on the bank. They were, he was puzzled to notice, not armed. Before he could consider this oddity, he heard a roar behind him. He had forgotten the dwarf. "What is it?" Flint shouted. "Draco thingamajiggers," Tass said, gripping his hoopak and peering through the mists. "Two ahead! Here they come!" "Well, confound it, get out of my way!" Flint snarled. Reaching behind, he fumbled for his axe. "Where am I supposed to go?" Tass shouted wildly. "Duck!" yelled the dwarf. The Kender ducked, throwing himself down on the log as one of the Draconians came toward him, its clawed hands outstretched. Flint swung his axe in a mighty blow that would have decapitated the Draconian if it had come anywhere near it. Unfortunately, the dwarf miscalculated and the blade whistled harmlessly in front of the Draconian, who was waving its hands in the air and chanting strange words. The momentum of Flint's swing spun the dwarf around. His feet slipped on the slimy log, and, with a loud cry, the dwarf tumbled backwards into the water. Tasselhoff, having been around Raceland for years, recognized that the Draconian was casting a magic spell. Lying face down on the log, his hoopak staff clutched in his hand, the Kender figured he had about 1.5 seconds to consider what to do. The dwarf was gasping and spluttering in the water beneath him. Not inches away, the Draconian was clearly reaching a stunning conclusion to his spellcasting. Deciding that anything was better than being magicked, Tass took a deep breath and dove off the log. "Tanis! Ambush!" "Dem!" swore Caramon, as the Kender's voice floated to them out of the mist somewhere ahead. They all began running toward the sound, cursing the vines and the tree branches that blocked their way. Crashing out through the forest, they saw the fallen Ironclaw Bridge. 4 Draconians ran out of the shadows, blocking their path. Suddenly, the companions were plunged into darkness too thick to see their own hands, much less their comrades. "Magic!" Tanis heard Raceland hiss. "These are magic users. Stand aside. You cannot fight them." Then Tanis heard the mage cry out in agony. "Raced!" Caramon shouted. "Where? There was a groan and the sound of a heavy body thudding to the ground. Tanis heard the Draconians chanting. Even as he fumbled for his sword, he was suddenly covered head to toe in a thick, gooey substance that clogged up his nose and mouth. Struggling to free himself, he only enmeshed himself further. He heard Sturm swearing next to him. Goldmoon cried out. Riverwind's voice was choked off. Then drowsiness overcame him. Tanis sank to his knees, still fighting to free himself from the web-like substance that glued his hands to his sides. Then he fell forward on his face and sank into an unnatural sleep. That is the end of this chapter. Now, I need to get up and walk around, make sure, I'm stretching my legs and everything. So let's take at least a 5-minute break, everyone, before we pick up on chapter 14, Prisoners of the Draconians. Let's get the bookmark in here. So hold on. I'm going to retreat back into the portal. I will return in a couple minutes, but let me just get up and move and do what I got to do, okay? I'll be back and we'll pick up another chapter. We're making great progress. Tonight is a better night for energy, right? All right. Hello, everyone. I have returned. Let me emerge from the portal. Ba-ba-da-bum. Here we go. I need something. We've been captured by Draconians. What would be some good music for that? Oh goodness. Well, here I'm back again. Hello, hi everyone. If you all need to see some flashing out of the corner of your eye to know that I'm back, boop-a-da-boo. Hello, hi. Thank you, Bane. Bane, how you doing, buddy? Yes, do what Twitch commands. Twitch makes all the correct decisions all the time. And if you disobey Twitch, you are the bad person. Don't be a bad person, be a good person. Twitch is correct all of the time. Hi. Meow. Well, there you go. It's an official stream. We've had some cat butt. Meow? Yeah? Meow? Really? Is that so? Okay. I'm debating, do I need more prep for tomorrow's session or do I start drinking a beer? Why not both, Bane? Why don't you sit back with a cold one and you let me continue narrating so that you're being inspired by fantasy adventure. That way it's kind of like prep work because you're getting your mind in the mood for a story, but you're also getting to relax after a long Friday. Purr. Hi. Yeah, are you happy to usurp my camera again? Thump. Because once I start drinking, I don't care to try and figure out how I'm going to alter the adventure to fit the players that are going to ignore 80% of what I present anyhow. Well, then, you need to be, in order to be adaptive, you need to be loosey-goosey. Plus, I make some of my worst choices when drinking. Totally isn't talking about 3 ex-girlfriends. Well, then I guess you could learn from your mistakes or you can continue to repeat them. Although, unless we're talking about a relationship, and I don't know if really it's the same weight as possibly losing a girlfriend as opposed to just giving up on trying to plan out the story. Because you're trying to herd cats. I say as I'm trying to herd a cat. Real quick, since we're here, we do have a box to give away thanks to Miller. It's only 10. I think I'm going to read at least one other chapter. We'll see what happens, because we're reaching a crescendo. The party has been captured by Draconians. So let's see what happens after that, and then maybe we could do the box giveaway. If you all want boxes of minis, this is a good time to, if you type !tip, then go ahead and you could lock in a box for yourself, or like what Miller did, Miller has directed... You can see she's watching the mouse. A
One more
troll
box
in
for
the
me.
dungeon.
One more box for the channel.
Sierra, thank you so much. Ma'am, I don't think you can eat that cursor. I don't think you can eat that cursor, Miss Ma'am. Ma'am. She's determined. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get it. Just you watch. I'm gonna gobble it up. I'm gonna gobble up that mouse. All right, you silly kitty. So Sierra Echo and Sierra Echo gives 2. Well, that wouldn't be a bad idea at some point, Bane. The ones I'm using, one of them is a monitor I picked up. I went to Final Fantasy XIV Fan Fest. Jeez, how long ago was that now? A long time ago. Because they were sponsored by ViewSonic, there was a bunch of ViewSonic monitors there, so people could sit down and play the new preview content. And after the convention, they were selling the ViewSonic monitors at a very inexpensive price. So I picked one up and I took it home, and that's one that I have here. And then the other ones, one of them is it's a Samsung monitor. Like they work. There's no dead pixels or anything, but I'm remembering now. And then one of them is a Samsung. It's a nice one. That's the one over here that I keep my OBS on. The other one, the ViewSonic, I usually keep vertical. And I think that one I got at Best Buy. I picked that one up at Best Buy. So, oh, don't step on the keyboard, ma'am. Don't. Ooh, that was close. Okay. So yeah, there's no dead pixels or anything, but it might be time to freshen up, especially because it would declutter my my desk area, and I need it to be decluttered. There's a lot of stuff. The sword next to my name says I'm not out of control. I am control. We're actually moderation. Control as well. Well, so by that, Bane, do you mean you just you're using a TV, or do you have a curved monitor, like one of the big like battle station ones? All right, so we have 2 boxes. I'm going to update over here on Table Talk. Yeah, there's a sale on those, Bane. There's a sale on the Odysseys, the 49s and the 57s. All right. Well, that announcement is out, and let's close Discord for the time being. Oh, there's all right. There's always a sale on them. So it's one of those things where Samsung decided on what the MSRP is, but they constantly will undersell their own MSRP. Wow, when has that ever happened? That's such a baffling circumstance. Some items are always on sale. Yeah. Yep. Pardon. Get it quickly, or else it'll go on sale. Hurry! Hurry! Buy it at 10% off before they go crazy and have a blowout at 11. Buy one item for the price of two and get the second free! All right, we are in. Look at this. We're making good progress tonight. We are on chapter 14, Prisoners of the Draconians. All right. Well, put it on an arm. You clamp the arm on your desk so that you only have something about the size of this book, or maybe even less, on your desk, and then it holds the monitor and it frees up everything else underneath it. Oh, all right, I gotcha. I'm picking up what you're laying down, Bane. I gotcha. Barely has enough space for me to. What is FG? Barely has enough space for me to feel comfortable in FG. Oh, Fantasy Grounds. That's Fantasy Grounds, isn't it? I mean, right now, I have a janky setup with my different monitors. I have my main monitor, and then I look over here for OBS, and I look over here for things like the YouTube feed or Streamlabs or Stream Elements or something like that. I hope that I can consolidate all that. All right, let's get back. Oh, I forgot to bring it. Yeah, whatever. I can get through a chapter. Or if this is this a short one? If so, then 2. Oh no, this is a pretty good sized chapter. All right, we're good. We're gonna read through a chapter, and then we'll see where we go from there. Lying on the ground, panting for breath, Tasselhoff watched as the Draconians prepared to carry off his unconscious friends. The Kender was well hidden beneath a bush near the swamp. The dwarf was stretched out next to him, knocked out cold. Tass glanced at him in remorse. He'd had no choice. In his panic, Flint had dragged the Kender down in the cold water. If he hadn't clunked the dwarf over the head with his hoopak staff, neither of them would have surfaced alive. He'd hauled the comatose dwarf up out of the water and hidden him beneath a bush. Then Tasselhoff watched helplessly as the Draconians bound his friends magically in what looked like strong spider webs. Tass saw they were all apparently unconscious or dead because they didn't struggle or put up a fight. The Kender did get a certain amount of grim amusement out of watching the Draconians try to pick up Goldmoon's staff. Evidently, they recognized it, for they croaked over it in their guttural language and made gestures of glee. One, presumably the leader, reached out to grasp it. There was a flash of blue light. Giving a screeching cry, the Draconian dropped the staff and hopped up and down on the bank, uttering words Tass presumed were impolite. The leader finally came up with an ingenious idea. Pulling a fur blanket from Goldmoon's pack, the Draconian laid it down on the ground. The creature picked up a stick and used it to roll the staff onto the blanket. Then it gingerly wrapped the staff in the fur and lifted it up triumphantly. The Draconians lifted the webbed bodies of the Kender's friends and bore them away. Other Draconians followed behind, carrying the companions' packs and their weapons. As the Draconians marched along a path very near the hidden Kender, Flint suddenly groaned and stirred. Tass clamped his hand over the dwarf's mouth. The Draconians didn't seem to hear and kept moving. Tass could see his friends clearly in the fading afternoon light as the Draconians passed. They seemed to be sound asleep. Caramon was even snoring. The Kender remembered Raceland's sleep spell and figured that's what the Draconians had used on his friends. Flint groaned again. One of the Draconians near the end of the line stopped and peered into the brush. Tass picked up his hoopak and held it over the dwarf's head, just in case. But it wasn't needed. The Draconian shrugged and muttered to itself, then hurried to catch up with its squad. Sighing in relief, Tass took his hand off the dwarf's mouth. Flint blinked and opened his eyes. "What happened?" the dwarf moaned, his hand on his head. "You fell off the bridge and hit your head on a log," Tass said glibly. "I did?" Flint looked suspicious. "I don't remember that. I remember one of those draconian things coming at me. I remember falling into the water." "Well, you did, so don't argue," Tass said hurriedly, getting to his feet. "Can you walk?" "Of course I can walk," the dwarf snapped. He stood up, a little wobbly but erect. "Where is everybody?" "The Draconians captured them and carried them off." "All of them?" Flint's mouth fell open. "Just like that?" "These Draconians were magic users," Tass said impatiently, anxious to get started. "They cast spells, I guess. They didn't hurt them, except for Raceland. I think they did something terrible to him. I saw him as they passed. He looked awful. But he's the only one." The Kender tugged on the dwarf's wet sleeve. "Let's go. We've got to follow them." "Yeah, sure," Flint mumbled, looking around. Then he put his hand on his head again. "Where's my helm?" "At the bottom of the swamp," Tass said in exasperation. "Do you want to go in after it?" The dwarf gave the murky water a horrified glance, shivered, and turned away hurriedly. He put his hand on his head again and felt a large bump. "I sure don't remember hitting my head," he muttered. Then a sudden thought struck him. He felt around his back wildly. "My axe!" he cried. Hush, Tass scolded. At least you're alive. Now we've got to rescue the others. And how do you propose to do that without any weapons except that overgrown slingshot? Flint grumbled, stumping along after the fast-moving Kender. We'll think of something, Tass said confidently, though he felt as if his heart were getting tangled up in his feet. It had sunk so low. The Kender picked up the Draconian's trail without any trouble. It was obviously an old and well-used trail. It looked as though hundreds of Draconian feet had tramped along it. Tasselhoff, examining the tracks, suddenly realized they might be walking into a large camp of the monsters. He shrugged. No use worrying about such minor details. Unfortunately, Flint didn't share the same philosophy. There's a whole damn army up there, the dwarf gasped, grabbing the Kender by the shoulder. Yes, well. Tass paused to consider the situation. He brightened. That's all the better. The more of them there are, the less chance they'll have at seeing us. He started off again. Flint frowned. There was something wrong with that logic, but right now he couldn't figure out what. And he was too wet and chilled to argue. Besides, he was thinking the same thing the Kender was. The only other choice they had was to escape into the swamp themselves and leave their friends in the hands of the Draconians. And that was no choice at all. They walked another half hour. The sun sank into the mist, giving it a blood-red tinge, and night fell swiftly in the murky swamp. Soon they saw a blazing light ahead of them. They left the trail and sneaked into the brush. The Kender moved silently as a mouse. The dwarf stepped on sticks that snapped beneath his feet, ran into trees, and blundered through the brush. Fortunately, the Draconian camp was celebrating and probably wouldn't have heard an army of dwarves approaching. Flint and Tass knelt just beyond the firelight and watched. The dwarf suddenly grabbed the Kender with such violence that he nearly pulled him over. Great Reorks! Flint swore, pointing. A dragon! Tass was too stunned to say anything. He and the dwarf watched in amazed horror as the Draconians danced and prostrated themselves before a giant black dragon. The creature lurked inside the remaining half shell of a crumbled, domed ruin. Its head was higher than the treetops. Its wingspan was enormous. One of the Draconians, wearing robes, bent before the dragon, gesturing to the staff as it lay on the ground with the captured weapons. There's something strange about that dragon, Tass whispered after watching for a few moments. Like, they're not supposed to exist? That's just the point, Tass said. Look at it. The creature isn't moving or reacting to anything. It's just sitting there. I always thought that dragons would be more lively, don't you know? Go up and tickle its foot, Flint snorted. Then you'll see lively. I think I'll do that, the Kender said. Before the dwarf could say a word, Tasselhoff crept out of the brush, flitting from shadow to shadow as he drew near the camp. Flint could have torn his beard out in frustration, but it would have been disastrous to try and stop him now. The dwarf could do nothing but follow. Tanis! The half-elf heard someone calling him from across a huge chasm. He tried to answer, but his mouth was stuffed with something sticky. He shook his head. Then he felt an arm around his shoulders, helping him sit up. He opened his eyes. It was night. Judging by the flickering light, a huge fire blazed brightly somewhere. Sturm's face, looking concerned, was near his. Tanis sighed and reached out his hand to clasp the knight's shoulder. He tried to speak and was forced to pull off bits of the sticky substance that clung to his face and mouth like cobwebs. I'm all right, Tanis said when he could talk. Where are we? He glanced around. Is everyone here? Anyone hurt? Dasselhoff and Flynn are missing and Raceland's hurt. Badly? Tanis asked, alarmed by the serious expression on Sturm's face. Not good, the knight replied. Poisoned dart, Riverwind said. Tanis turned toward the plainsmen and got his first clear look at their prison. They were inside a cage made of bamboo. Draconian guards stood outside, their long curved swords drawn and ready. Beyond the cage, hundreds of Draconians milled around a campfire, and above the campfire. Yes, Sturm said, seeing Tanis' startled expression. A dragon. More children's stories. Raceland would gloat. Raceland. Tanis went over to the mage who was lying in a corner of the cage, covered in his cloak. The young mage was feverish and shaking with chills. Goldmoon knelt beside him, her hand on his forehead, stroking back the white hair. He was unconscious, his head tossed fitfully, and he murmured strange words, sometimes shouting out garbled commands. Caramon, his face nearly as pale as his brother's, sat beside him. Goldmoon met Tanis' questioning gaze and shook her head sadly, her eyes large and gleaming in the reflected firelight. Riverwind came over to stand beside Tanis. She found this in his neck, he said, carefully holding up a feathered dart between thumb and forefinger. He glanced at the mage without love, but with a concerned amount of pity. A certain amount of pity. Who can say what poison burns in his blood? If we had the staff, Goldmoon said. Right, Tanis said. Where is it? There, Sturm said, his mouth twisting wryly. He pointed. Tanis peered past hundreds of Draconians and saw the staff lying on Goldmoon's fur blanket in front of the black dragon. Reaching out, Tanis grasped a bar of the cage. We could break out, he told Sturm. Caramon could snap this like a twig. Tasselhoff could snap it like a twig if he were here, Sturm said. Of course, then we'd only get a few hundred of these creatures to take care of. Not to mention the dragon. All right, don't rub it in, Tanis sighed. Any idea what happened to Flint and Tass? Riverwind said he heard a splash just after Tass yelled out we were being ambushed. If they were lucky, he dived off a log and escaped into the swamp. If not, Sturm didn't finish. Tanis closed his eyes to shut out the firelight. He felt tired of fighting, tired of killing, tired of slogging through the muck. He thought longingly of lying down and sinking back into sleep. Instead, he opened his eyes, stalked over to the cage, and rattled the bars. A Draconian guard turned around, sword raised. You speak common? Tanis asked in the very lowest, crudest form of the common language used on Krynn. I speak common. Apparently better than you do, Ilven scum. The Draconian sneered. What do you want? One of our party is injured. We ask that you treat him. Give him an antidote for this poison dart. Poison? The Draconian peered into the cage. Ah, yes, the magic user. The creature gurgled deep in its throat, a sound obviously meant to be laughter. Sick, is he? Yes, the poison acts swiftly. Can't have a magic user around. Even behind bars, they're deadly. But don't worry, he won't be lonely. The rest of you will be joining him soon enough. In fact, you should envy him. Your deaths will not be nearly so quick. The Draconian turned its back and said something to its partner, jerking its clawed thumb in the direction of the cage. Both of them croaked their gurgling laughter. Tanis, feeling disgust and rage welling up deep inside him, looked back at Raceland. The mage was rapidly growing worse. Goldmoon put her hand on Raceland's neck, feeling for the life beat, and then shook her head. Caramon made a moaning sound. Then his glance shifted to the two Draconians, laughing and talking together outside. "Stop, Caramon!" Tanis yelled, but it was too late. With a roar like a wounded animal, the huge warrior leapt toward the Draconians. Bamboo gave way before him, the shards splintering and cutting into his skin. Mad with the desire to kill, Caramon never noticed. Tanis jumped on his back as the warrior crashed past him, but Caramon shook him off so easily as a bear shakes off an annoying fly. "Caramon, you fool!" Sturm grunted, as he and Riverwind both threw themselves on the warrior, but Caramon's rage carried him on. Whirling, one Draconian raised its sword, but Caramon sent the weapon flying. The creature hit the ground, knocked senseless by a blow from the big man's fist. Within seconds, there were 6 Draconians, bows and arrows in their hands, surrounding the warrior. Sturm and Riverwind wrestled Caramon to the ground. Sturm, sitting on him, shoved his face into the mud until he felt Caramon relax beneath him, and heard him give a strangled sob. At that instant, a high-pitched, shrill voice screeched through the camp. "Bring the warrior to me!" said the dragon. Tanis felt the hair rise on his neck. The Draconians lowered their weapons and turned to face the dragon, staring in astonishment and muttering among themselves. Riverwind and Sturm got to their feet. Caramon lay on the ground, choking with sobs. The Draconian guards glanced at each other uneasily, while those standing near the dragon backed off hurriedly and formed an immense semicircle around it. One of the creatures, whom Tanis supposed by insignia on its armor to be some sort of captain, stalked up to a robed Draconian who was staring open-mouthed at the black dragon. "What's going on?" the captain demanded. The Draconian spoke in the common tongue. Tanis listened closely, realized they were different species. The robed Draconians were apparently the magic users and the priests. Presumably, the two could not communicate in their own languages. The military Draconian was clearly upset. "Where is that Bozak priest of yours?" "He must tell us what to do." "The higher of my order is not here." The robed Draconian quickly regained his composure. "One of them flew here and took him to confer with Lord Veronard about the staff." "But the dragon never speaks when the priest is not here." The captain lowered his voice. "My boys don't like it. You'd better do something quickly." "What is the delay?" The dragon's voice shrieked like a wailing wind. "Bring me the warrior!" "Do as the dragon says." The robed Draconian motioned quickly with a clawed hand. Several Draconians rushed over, shoved Tanis and Riverwind and Sturm back into the shattered cage, and lifted the bleeding Caramon up by the arms. They dragged him over to stand before the dragon, his back to the blazing fire. Near him lay the blue crystal staff, Raceland's staff, their weapons, and their packs. Caramon raised his head to confront the monster, his eyes blurred with tears and blood from the many cuts the bamboo had inflicted on his face. The dragon loomed above him, seen dimly through the smoke rising from the bonfire. "We mete out justice swiftly and surely, human scum!" the dragon hissed. As it spoke, it beat its huge wings, fanning them slowly. The Draconians gasped and began to back up, some stumbling over themselves as they hurried to get out of the monster's way. Obviously, they knew what was coming. Caramon stared at the creature without fear. "My brother is dying," he shouted. "Do what you will with me. I ask only one thing. Give me my sword so that I can die fighting." The dragon laughed shrilly. The Draconians joined it, gurgling and croaking horribly. As the dragon's wings beat the air, it began to rock back and forth, seemingly preparing to leap on the warrior and devour him. "This will be fun! Let him have his weapon!" the dragon commanded. Its flapping wings caused a wind to whip through the camp, scattering sparks from the fire. Caramon shoved the Draconian guards aside. Wiping his hands across his eyes, he walked back over to the pile of weapons and pulled out his sword. Then he turned to face the dragon, resignation and grief etched into his face. He raised his sword. "We can't let him die out there by himself," Sturm said harshly, as he took a step forward, preparing to break out. Suddenly, a voice came from the shadows behind them. "Psst! Dennis!" The half-elf whirled around. "Flint!" he exclaimed, then glanced apprehensively at the Draconian guards, but they were absorbed in watching the spectacle of Caramon and the dragon. Tanis hurried to the back of the bamboo cage where the dwarf stood. "Get out of here," the half-elf ordered. "There's nothing you can do. Raceland's dying, and the dragon is Tasselhoff," Flint said succinctly. "What?" Tanis glared at the dwarf. "Makes sense." "The dragon is Tasselhoff," Flint repeated patiently. For once, Tanis was speechless. He stared at the dwarf. "The dragon is made of wicker," the dwarf whispered hurriedly. "Tasselhoff sneaked behind it and looked inside. It's rigged." Can I get rigged in chat? Lowercase R-I, capital G-G, lowercase E-D. It's rigged. It's rigged. Yeah, the Kender do make the games a little bit more exciting, don't they, Bane? "Anyone sitting inside the dragon can make the wings flap and speak through a hollow tube. I guess that's how the priests keep their order around here. Anyway, Tasselhoff's the one flapping the wings and threatening to eat Caramon." Tanis gasped. "But what do we do? There's still 100 Draconians around. Sooner or later, they're going to realize what's going on." "Get over to Caramon, you and Riverwind and Sturm. Grab your weapons and packs and the staff. I'll help Goldmoon carry Raceland into the woods. Tasselhoff's got something in mind. Just be ready." Tanis groaned. "I don't like it any better than you do," the dwarf growled. "Trusting our lives to that rattle-brained Kender. But, well, he is the dragon after all." "He certainly is," Tanis said, eyeing the dragon, who was shrieking and wailing and flapping its wings and rocking back and forth. The Draconians were staring at it in open-mouthed wonder. Tanis grabbed Sturm and Riverwind and huddled down near Goldmoon, who had not left Raceland's side. The half-elf explained what was happening. Sturm looked at him as if he were as crazed as Raceland. Riverwind shook his head. "Well, have you got a better plan?" Tanis asked. Both of them looked at the dragon, then back at Tanis, and shrugged. "Goldmoon goes with the dwarf," Riverwind said. She started to protest. He looked at her, his eyes expressionless, and she swallowed and fell silent. "Yes," Tanis said. Stay with Raceland, lady, please. We'll bring the staff to you. Hurry, then, she said through white lips. He is very nearly gone. We'll hurry, Tana said grimly. I have a feeling that once things get started out there, we're going to be moving very fast. He patted her hand. Come on. He stood up and took a deep breath. Riverwind's eyes were still on Goldmoon. He started to speak, then shook his head irritably, and turned without a word to stand beside Tanis. Sturm joined them. The three crept up behind the Draconian guards. Caramon lifted his sword. It flashed in the firelight. The dragon went into a wild frenzy, and all of the Draconians fell back, braying and beating their swords against their shields. Wind from the dragon's wings blew up ashes and sparks from the fire, setting some nearby bamboo huts on fire. The Draconians did not notice, so eager were they for the kill. The dragon shrieked and howled, and Caramon felt his mouth go dry and his stomach muscles clench. It was the first time he had ever gone into battle without his brother. The thought made his heart throb painfully. He was about to leap forward and attack, when Tanis, Sturm, and Riverwind appeared out of nowhere to stand by his side. We will not let our friend die alone, the half-elf cried defiantly at the dragon. The Draconians cheered wildly. Get out of here, Tanis! Caramon scowled. His face flushed and streaked with tears. This is my fight. Shut up and listen, Tanis ordered. Get your sword in mine, Sturm. Riverwind, grab your weapons in the packs and any draconian weapons you can pick up to replace those we lost. Caramon, pick up the two staffs. Caramon stared at him. What? Tasselhoff's the dragon. If that doesn't sound like a code phrase. Tasselhoff's the dragon. I repeat, Tasselhoff is the dragon. Over. Hey, Nick, good to see you. Welcome. The reading is going well, and Nick, thank you for joining me for it. We're at an exciting crescendo, as we are about to fight a dragon. That is Tasselhoff. Tasselhoff's the dragon, Tana said. There isn't time to explain. Just do as I say. Get the staff and take it into the woods. Goldmoon's waiting. He laid his hand on the warrior's shoulder. Tanis shoved him. Go, Raceland's almost finished. You're his only chance. This statement reached Caramon's mind. He ran to the pile of weapons and grabbed the blue crystal staff and Raceland's staff of Magius, while the Draconians yelled. Sturm and Riverwind armed themselves, Sturm bringing Tanis his sword. And now, prepare to die, humans! The dragon screamed. Its wings gave a great lurch, and suddenly the creature was flying, hovering in midair. The Draconians croaked and cried out in alarm, some breaking for the woods, others hurling themselves flat on the ground. Now, Tanis yelled. Run, Caramon! The big warrior broke for the woods, running swiftly toward where he could see Goldmoon and Flint waiting for him. A Draconian appeared in front of him, but Caramon hurled it out of his way with a thrust of his great arm. He could hear a wild commotion behind him, Sturm chanting a Solamnic war cry, Draconians yelling. Other Draconians leapt at Caramon. He used the blue crystal staff as he had seen Goldmoon use it, swinging it in a wide arc with his huge right hand. It flashed blue flame, and the Draconians fell back. Caramon reached the woods and found Raceland lying at Goldmoon's feet, barely breathing. Goldmoon grabbed the staff from Caramon and held it on the mage's inert body. Flint watched, shaking his head. It won't work, muttered the dwarf. It's used up. It has to work, Goldmoon said firmly. Please, she murmured. Whoever is master of this staff, heal this man, please. Unknowing, she repeated it over and over. Caramon watched for a moment, blinking his eyes. Then the woods around him were lit by a gigantic burst of flame. Name of the abyss! Flint breathed. Look at that! Caramon turned just in time to see the great black wicker dragon crash headlong into the blazing bonfire. Flaming logs flew into the air, showering sparks over the camp. The Draconians' bamboo huts, some already ablaze, began burning fiercely. The wicker dragon gave a final horrifying shriek, and then it, too, caught fire. Tasselhoff! Flint swore. That blasted Kender! He's inside there! Before Caramon could stop him, the dwarf ran out into the blazing Draconian camp. Caramon! Raceland murmured. The big warrior knelt beside his brother. Raceland was still pale, but his eyes were open and clear. He sat up weakly, leaning against his brother, and stared out at the raging fire. What's going on? I'm not sure, Caramon said. Tasselhoff turned into a dragon, and after that things get real confused. You just rest. The warrior stared into the smoke, his sword drawn and ready in case any Draconians came for them. But the Draconians now had little interest in the prisoners. The smaller breed, panic-stricken, were fleeing into the forest as their great god dragon went up in flames. A few of the robed Draconians, bigger and apparently more intelligent than the other species, were trying desperately to bring order to the fearful chaos raging around them. Sturm fought and slashed his way through the Draconians without encountering any organized resistance. He had just reached the edge of the clearing near the bamboo cage when Flint passed him, running back toward the camp. Hey, where? Sturm yelled at the dwarf. Tass, in the dragon! The dwarf didn't stop. Sturm turned and saw the black wicker dragon burning with flames that shot high into the air. Thick smoke boiled up, blanketing the camp. The dank, heavy swamp air preventing it from rising and drifting away. Sparks showered down as part of the blazing dragon exploded into the camp. Sturm ducked and batted out sparks that landed on his cape, then ran after the dwarf, catching up with the short-legged Flint easily. Flint, he panted, grasping the dwarf's arm. It's no use. Nothing could live in that furnace. We've got to get back to the others. Let go of me! Flint roared so furiously that Sturm let go in amazement. The dwarf ran for the burning dragon again. Sturm heaved a sigh and ran after him, his eyes beginning to water in the smoke. Tasselhoff Burrfoot, Flint called. You idiotic Kender, where are you? There was no answer. Tasselhoff! Flint screamed. If you wreck this escape, I'll murder you! So help me! Tears of frustration and grief and anger and smoke coursed down the dwarf's cheeks. The heat was overwhelming. It seared Sturm's lungs, and the knight knew they couldn't breathe much more of this or they would perish themselves. He took hold of the dwarf firmly, intending to knock him out if necessary, when suddenly he saw movement near the edge of the blaze. He rubbed his eyes and looked closer. The dragon lay on the ground, the head still connected to the blazing body by a long wicker neck. The head had not caught fire yet, but flames were starting to eat into the wicker neck. The head would soon be ablaze too. Sturm saw movement again. Flint, look! Sturm ran toward the head, the dwarf pounding along behind. Two small legs encased in bright blue pants were sticking out of the dragon's mouth, kicking feebly. Tass! Sturm yelled. Get out! The head's going to burn! I can't! I'm stuck! Came a muffled voice. I can't! I'm stuck! Sturm stared at the head, frantically trying to figure out how to free the Kender, while Flint just grabbed hold of Tass's legs and pulled. Ah! Ouch! Stop! Yelled Tass. No good, the dwarf puffed. He's stuck fast. The inferno crept up the dragon's neck. Sturm drew his sword. I may cut off his head, he muttered to Flint, but it's his only chance. Estimating the size of the kender, guessing where his head would be, and hoping his hands weren't stretched out over his head, Sturm lifted his sword above the dragon's neck. Flint closed his eyes. The knight took a deep breath and brought his blade crashing down on the dragon, severing the head from the neck. There was a cry from the kender inside, but whether from pain or astonishment, Sturm couldn't tell. Pull! He yelled at the dwarf. Flint grabbed hold of the wicker head and pulled it away from the blazing neck. Suddenly, a tall, dark shape loomed out of the smoke. Sturm whipped around, sword ready, then saw it was Riverwind. What are you... The plainsman stared at the dragon's head. Perhaps Flint and Sturm had gone mad. The kender's stuck in there, Sturm yelled. We can't take the head apart out here. Surrounded by draconians. We've got to... His words were lost in a roar of flame. A Riverwind finally saw the blue legs sticking out of the dragon's mouth. He grabbed hold of one side of the dragon's head, thrusting his hands in one of the eye sockets. Sturm got hold of the other, and together they lifted the head, kender inside, and began running through the camp. Those few draconians they encountered took one look at the terrifying apparition and fled. Come on, Reist, Caramon said solicitously, his arm around his brother's shoulder. You've got to try and stand. We have to be ready to move out of here. How do you feel? How do I ever feel? Whispered Raceland bitterly. Help me up. There. Now leave me in peace for a moment. He leaned against a tree, shivering but standing. Sure, Raist. Caramon said, hurt, backing off. Goldmoon glanced at Raceland in disgust, remembering Caramon's grief when he thought his brother was dying. She turned away to watch for the others, staring through the gathering smoke. Tanis appeared first, running so fast he crashed into Caramon. The big warrior caught him in his huge arms, breaking the half-elf's forward momentum and keeping him on his feet. Thanks, Tanis gasped. He leaned over, hands on knees, to catch his breath. Where are the others? Weren't they with you? Caramon frowned. We got separated. Tanis drew in huge gulps of air, then coughed as the smoke flew down his lungs. Sutorak! Interrupted Goldmoon in an awed voice. Tanis and Caramon both spun around in alarm, staring out into the smoke-filled camp to see a grotesque sight emerging from the swirling smoke. A dragon's head with a forked blue tongue was lunging at them. Tanis blinked in disbelief. Then he heard a sound behind him that nearly made him leap into a tree in panic. He whirled around, heart in his throat, sword in his hand. Raceland was laughing. Tanis had never heard the mage laugh before, even when Raceland was a child, and he hoped he would never hear it again. It was a weird, shrill, mocking laughter. Caramon stared at his brother in amazement, Goldmoon in horror. Finally, the sound of Raceland's laughter died until the mage was laughing silently, his golden eyes reflecting the glow of the draconian camp going up in flames. Tanis shuddered and turned back around to see that, in fact, the dragon's head was carried by Sturm and Riverwind. Flint raced along the front, a draconian helm in his hand. Tanis ran forward to meet them. What in the name of... The kender's stuck in here, Sturm said. He and Riverwind dropped the head to the ground, both of them breathing heavily. We've got to get him out. Sturm eyed the laughing Raceland warily. What's the matter with him? Still poisoned? No, he's better, Tanis said, examining the dragon's head. Oh, pity, Stern muttered as he knelt beside the half-elf. Tass, are you all right? Tanis called out, lifting the huge mouth to see inside. I think Stern chopped off my hair, the Kender wailed. Lucky it wasn't your head, Flint snorted. What's holding him? Riverwind leaned down to peer inside the dragon's mouth. I'm not sure, Tanis said, swearing softly. I can't see in all this blasted smoke. He stood up, sighing in frustration. And we've got to get out of here. The Draconians will get organized soon. Caramon, come here. See if you can rip off the top. The big warrior came over to stand in front of the wicker dragon's head. Bracing himself, he got hold of the two eye sockets, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then grunted and heaved. For a minute, nothing happened. Tanis watched the muscles bulge on the big man's arms, saw his thigh muscles absorb the strain. Blood rushed to Caramon's face. Then there was a ripping and snapping sound of wood splintering. The top of the dragon's head gave way with a sharp crack. Caramon staggered backwards as the top half of the head suddenly came off in his hands. Tanis reached in, grabbed Tass's hand, and jerked him free. Are you all right? He asked. The Kender seemed wobbly on his feet, but his grin was wide as ever. I'm fine, Tass said brightly. Just a little singed. Then his face darkened. Tanis, he said, his face crinkling with unusual worry. He felt at his long top knot. My hair. All there, Tanis said, smiling. Tass breathed a sigh of relief. Then he began to talk. Tanis, it was the most wonderful thing, flying like that. And the look on Caramon's face. The story will have to wait, Tanis said firmly. We've got to get out of here. Caramon, can you and your brother make it all right? Yeah, go on, Caramon said. Raceland stumbled forward, accepting the support of his brother's strong arm. The mage glanced behind the sundered dragon's head, and he wheezed, his shoulders shaking in silent, grim amusement. Well then, that was an interesting twist from being captured by the Draconians, and we learned that there are at least two different kinds of Draconians, magic users, and some sort of a soldier class of them, with one of them being referred to as Bozak, B-O-Z-A-K. Some world building, some laughing, some certainly fighting and adventure. What a whirlwind of emotion and activity. Now, we have Escape, The Well, Death on Black Wings, Chapter 15. I hope you've been enjoying the progress that we've made tonight. I think what we'll do is we'll have our giveaway. We have 2 boxes. So I'll get a giveaway going, and then I'll get up and take a quick break while you all are entering, okay? Then we have 2 boxes of minis, and I still have. Oh, and how was it? Was it stale? Was it extra fermented? Are you a disembodied entity typing through us through some ghost electronic interface, Bane? It's a Russian Imperial Stout, so still decent. So this is what we're going to do. The rules for the giveaway, because we have 2 boxes to give away and more can be added. I will show you all here. Sierra Echo and Miller have provided boxes. If any of you out there would like to provide more boxes, that's fine. We can add more boxes to give away, or you can claim them as we get ever closer to filling all the boxes to go out. The rules. You must be 18 plus to get in. Okay, 18 plus. Not that the minis are adult in content. It's just I want us to be all adults in the room when we talk about names and addresses to whom and where prizes are sent. Okay? As well, any prizes are sent for free to a U.S. address. To a U.S. address. If you need the minis shipped outside of the U.S., whether to you or you have a cousin in Canada or an aunt in Argentina, then you would be required to pay the international postage. That's how it works. I wish it could be different, but it is what it is. So bear that in mind, okay? It could be rigged in your favor. So this is what I'm going to do. I am going to start. We're going to call this a... We're going to call this giveaway Cracking Open an Old One. It costs 0 experience points to get in, and everyone can get a ticket by typing !ticket or !enter. I will leave this up while I am getting a quick bite to eat, okay? So you can see what's going on. I have 2 boxes currently, and any of you out there, if you have some muns, even if it's $5, we can get another box going with just 5. If you want to throw in a whole box yourself, it's 25. If you want a box for yourself, it's the same. So we've had a lot of generosity shown. It's been wonderful. I'm going to leave this up here while I go and I get something to eat real quick, okay? I'm going to need at least 5 minutes, maybe a little bit more. So entertain yourselves while I'm up. Hello, I have just sat back down. I have returned. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-bum. I will emerge from the portal, and hello. Cheers. I got something to eat. It took a little extra time because I really needed to nom on something, okay? Then I have oh, Bane. You missed it earlier. Bane, I've been drinking Verner's all week. Giveaway indeed. Let's amend this. For those of you who are stopping by, thank you and howdy to you. Yeah, you want to say hi too? How wonderful. How gorgeous you are. Huh? How sweet of you. Okay, where's my disc rod? Here we go. Thank you very much for that. Now that will open up a... No, don't eat that, ma'am. That's not for you. No, ma'am. No. Off the keyboard. Off the keyboard. Ma'am, off the keyboard, please. I'm trying to type. I love you, but come on, cut me a break, okay? That was me. I unplugged my mouse because she's sitting on the cord. All right. So currently, we have 2 boxes to give away. There is a third box if this gets up to 25, or if any of you want to put in for a full box to be given away, you can do that. But right now, we're at a community is at $3 of 25 to go to someone. If you have $5 dues, you want to throw it in, then we're at 8 of 25, and it's slowly getting up there. But currently, there are 2. So before I close entries on the giveaway, pardon. Before I close entries on the giveaway, this is, sorry. I know. I wanted to ask or solicit you all, if you want a box for yourself, if you want to throw in on this community box. Ma'am, no. Off. There's Adopt-a-thon. But yeah, it's open. We have 2 boxes, and there are currently there are currently 9 of you. There are currently 9 of you in on the 2 boxes. You bow to no one.
Older than new.
DQ is in with the 62 months. You have earned, DQ, you have earned every bit of that black belt next to your name. DQ, yeah, look at look at all that. Look at all the party. And by the way, for those of you, common, do I speak it? Oh, for those of you who are subscribers, one, it looks like I'm gonna wait until the ad break is over and then we'll pull the names. But also there are new emotes. So we have 2 new Griffin emotes. We have 2 dragon emotes. So we have Altier, Malreni. We have 2 emotes for Biddy. And we have 2 emotes for our wench. And then we have 2 for Ah. We have 2 for Carrie Dismuth, the Drider. We have 1 for the Glublin, but that's because the Glublin previewed in our memorial that more emotes were coming. So we have 1 for the Glublin. We have 2 for the prize goblin Prizzy. Let me find where they are. So she's holding a present in 1. Why can't I find that one? Is it? Oh, there it is. Gift. And then there's 1 of me who is totally hip and with it and is not a boomer. Okay? So all of those are available to you. And it looks like the ad break is over. So why don't we get to it? We have 2 that are for sure going out. And if this number goes up, or if anyone else out there wants to throw in extra boxes, do it now, because I'm getting ready to pull names. All right, I'm gonna close the giveaway in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and close giveaway. There are 12 of you have entered for the 2 boxes, and again, we're getting close on a 3rd, maybe tomorrow, because last Saturday was also wild. I think we had something like 12 boxes given away last Saturday. If you all can go nuts this Saturday on that, oh my gosh, thank you all so much for helping that happen. All right. So here we go. I usually have this off on the other screen, but I guess it doesn't hurt to do it here. So here we go. The first winner, and this is, I believe in order, is Miller's box and then Sierra's. Yeah. So this is going to be for Miller gives to at 61, and then Sierra gives to at 63. Our first winner is Kragar the Kragarian. And then our second winner is none other than someone who totally isn't a mimic. Bat Espada. Kragar and Bat Espada. Now, we can always give out more boxes. I'm going to mark this giveaway as complete, okay? This giveaway is complete. We can always have another one. Now let's update, because all of this is transparent. There we go. And then we have another box that we can build towards. And if you look up above, we are almost there, everyone. Look at all the progress that's been made on this overarching goal. And I want to thank you all for the support. All right. I have my backup burners ready to go. Backup burners ready to go. We just had a giveaway for 2 boxes. And we can do another one if any of you wants to sponsor it. If so, let's do it now before I start reading again. Otherwise, we are already on chapter 15, and I think I have another chapter or even 2 in me tonight. Let's see how long this one is. Oh, hey, 15 might be a short one. Yeah, that's not too many pages. So maybe we could do 3? And maybe 3 chapters. That's not too bad. But hello, Coffee Cat. I hope that you're well. I hope you've been having a good night. Have you been productive? Have you been plotting things for your punks of the cyber variety? Or perhaps your dungeons of the dragon variety? Because of course tomorrow is Rebirth, a D&D tale. And Craigar, thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary. I appreciate it. It happened so soon. So I got affiliate. I started broadcasting in late January, which is why we have the Chaniversary then. That's when I started not just consuming content on Twitch, but producing. Becoming an affiliate was about a month. And I mean, look, it felt like a long month because I had 0 people watching me. Here I am, just sort of, I had to self-program how to broadcast, and it was a very simple layout, a very simple time. I wore goofy hats because I'm trying to convey to you all, I'm a guy who wears many hats, and so I wore many hats. And so I'm happy doing pun and cringe stuff like that too. It took about a month. And it was right after that it was the year anniversary of the Twitch affiliate program. And then I submitted in for a contest to win a time slot on Twitch's front page. And the video I submitted won, and I was put on the front page of Twitch just a couple months after beginning broadcasting. And I had a lot of people watching. I was happy, a little nervous. And I got to meet some wonderful people from that point forward. Fluffy Sheep, for example, came in on that night. and still lingers to this day. Oh, all right, Kragar, be well. Be well, my friend. All right, here we go. Chapter 15, Escape, the Well, Death on Black Wings. Smoke from the burning Draconian camp hung over the black swamplands, shielding the companions from the eyes of the strange evil creatures. The smoke floated wraith-like through the swamps, drifting across the silver moon and obscuring the stars. The companions dared not risk a light, even the light from Raceland's staff, for they could hear horns blowing all around them as their draconian leaders tried to re-establish order. Riverwind led them. Although Tanis had always prided himself on his own woodland skills, he completely lost all sense of direction in the black misty mire. An occasional fleeting glimpse of the stars, whenever the smoke lifted, showed him that they were bearing north. They hadn't gone far when Riverwind missed a step and plunged knee-deep into muck. After Tanis and Caramon dragged the plainsman out of the water, Tasselhoff crept ahead, testing the ground with his hoopak staff. It sank every time. Batispada, consistency helps. I would make sure, when I rated into you the one time, it seems like the broadcast kept hanging up on something. So I would check your internet connection and make sure that you're able to also provide a consistent output for when you broadcast. It could have been just something with your local internet service provider, or it could have just been a weird night or something. But after we rated, I noticed that your stream kept hanging up a lot. So I don't know if you if you use slobs or something else, or if you use OBS, if you're either dropping frames or if you're watching your internet connection, but that's something to be mindful of as well. We have no choice but to wade, Riverwind said grimly. Choosing a path where the water seemed shallower, the company left firm ground and splashed into the muck. At first, it was only ankle deep. Then they sank to their knees. Soon they sank deeper still. Tanis was forced to carry Tasselhoff, the giggling Kender grasping him around the neck. Flint steadfastly refused all offers of help, even when the tip of his beard got wet. Then he vanished. Caramon, following him, fished the dwarf out of the water and slung him over his shoulder like a wet sack, the dwarf too tired and frightened to grumble. Raceland staggered, coughing through the water, his robes dragging him down. Weary and still sick from the poison, the mage finally collapsed. Sturm grabbed hold of him and half-dragged, half-carried the mage through the swamp. After an hour of floundering in the icy water, they finally reached firm ground and sank down to rest, shivering with the cold. The trees began to creak and groan, their branches bending as a sharp wind sprang up from the north. The wind blew the mists into wispy rags. Raceland, lying on the ground, looked up. The mage caught his breath. He sat up, alarmed. Storm clouds, he choked, coughing, and fought to speak. They come from the north. We have no time. No time. We must reach Zaxaroth. Hurry, before the moon sets. Everyone looked up. A gathering darkness was moving out of the north, swallowing up the stars. Tanis could feel the same sense of urgency that was driving the mage. Wearily, he rose to his feet. Without a word, the rest of the group rose and stumbled forward, Riverwind taking the lead. But dark swamp water blocked their path once more. "Not again," Flint groaned. "No, we do not have to wait again. Come, look," Riverwind said. He led the way to the water's edge. There, amid many other ruins protruding from the dank ground, lay an obelisk that had either fallen or been pushed over to form a bridge across to the other bank of the swamp. "I'll go first," Taz volunteered, hopping energetically onto the long stone. "Hey, there's writing on this thing. Runes of some sort." "I must see," Raceland whispered, hurrying over. He spoke his word of command, "Shirak," and the crystal on the tip of the staff burst into light. "Hurry," Sturm growled. "You've just told everyone within a 20-mile radius we're here." But Raceland would not be rushed. He held the light over the spidery runes, studying them intently. Tanis and the others climbed onto the obelisk and joined the mage. The Kender bent down, tracing the runes with his small hand. "What does it say, Raceland? Can you read it? The language seems very old." "It is old," the mage whispered. "It dates from before the cataclysm. The runes say, 'The great city of Zaxaroth, whose beauty surrounds you, speaks to the good of its people and their generous deeds. The gods reward us in the grace of our home.'" "How awful," Goldmoon shuddered, looking at the ruin and desolation around her. "The gods rewarded them indeed," Raceland said, his lips parting in a cynical smile. No one spoke. Then Raceland whispered, "Dulak," and extinguished the light. Suddenly, the night seemed much blacker. "We must keep going," the mage said. "Surely there is more of a fallen monument to mark what a place this once stood for." They crossed the obelisk into thick jungle. At first, there seemed to be no trail. Then Riverwind, searching diligently, found a trail out through the vines and the trees. He bent down to study it. His face was grim when he rose. "Dracodians?" Tanis asked. "Yes," he said heavily. "The tracks of many clawed feet, and they lead north, straight into the city." Tanis asked in an undertone, "Is this the broken city where you were given the staff?" "And where death had black wings," Riverwind added. He closed his eyes, wiping his hand over his face. Then he drew a deep, ragged breath. "I don't know. I can't remember, but I am afraid without knowing why." Tanis put his hand on Riverwind's arm. "The elves have a saying, only the dead are without fear." Riverwind startled him by suddenly clasping the half-elf's hand with his. "I have never known an elf," the plainsman said. "My people distrust them, saying that elves have no care for Kryn or for humans. I think my people may have been mistaken. I am glad I met you, Tanis of Qualinost. I count you as a friend." Tanis knew enough of Plains lore to realize that, with this statement, Riverwind had declared himself willing to sacrifice everything for the half-elf, even his life. A vow of friendship was a solemn vow among the Plainsmen. "You are my friend too, Riverwind," Tanis said simply. "You and Goldmoon both are my friends." Riverwind turned his eyes to Goldmoon, who stood near them. leaning on her staff, her closed eyes, her face drawn with pain and exhaustion. Riverwind's face softened with compassion as he looked at her. Then it hardened, pride drawing the stern mask over it again. I'm just saying this part. Hang on. I believe it's Riverwind. Zack Soroth is not far off, he said coolly. And these tracks are old. He led the way to the jungle. After only a short walk, the northern trail suddenly changed to cobblestone. A street! Exclaimed Tasselhoff. The outskirts of Zack Soroth, Raceland breathed. About time! Flint stared all around in disgust. What a mess! If the greatest gift ever given to man is here, it must be well hidden. Tanis agreed. He had never seen a more dismal place. As they walked, the broad street took them in... Let's get a little bit more light here. Hold on. To the east... the broad street took them to an open paved courtyard. To the east stood 4 tall freestanding columns that supported nothing. The building lay in ruins around them. A huge, unbroken, circular stone wall rose about 4 feet above the ground. Caramon, going over to inspect it, announced that it was a well. Deep at that, he said. He leaned over and peered down into it. Smells bad, too. North of the well stood what appeared to be the only building to have escaped the destruction of the cataclysm. It was finely constructed of pure white stone, supported by tall, slender columns. Large golden double doors gleamed in the moonlight. That was a temple to the ancient gods, Raceland said, more to himself than anyone else. But Goldmoon, standing near him, heard his soft whisper. A temple? She repeated, staring at the building. How beautiful. She walked toward it, strangely fascinated. Tanis and the rest searched the grounds and found the other buildings intact. Fluted columns lay on the ground, their broken pieces aligned to show their former beauty. Statues lay broken and, in some cases, grotesquely defaced. Everything was old, so old it made even the dwarf feel young. Flint sat down on a column. Well, we're here. He blinked at Raceland and yawned. What now, mage? Raceland's thin lips parted, but before he could reply, Tasselhoff yelled, Draconian! Everyone spun around, weapons in their hands. A Draconian, ready to move, was glaring at them from the edge of the well. Stop it! Tanis shouted. It will alert the others! But before anyone could reach it, the Draconian spread its wings and flew into the well. Raceland, his golden eyes flaring in the moonlight, ran to the well and peered over the edge. Raising his hand as if to cast a spell, he hesitated, then dropped his hand limply to his side. I can't, he said. I can't think. I can't concentrate. I must sleep. We're all tired, Tanis said wearily. If something's down there, it warned it. There's nothing we can do now. We've got to rest. It has gone to warn it has gone to warn something, Raceland whispered. He huddled in his cloak and stared around, his eyes wide. Can't you feel it? Any of you? Half-elf? Evil about to waken and come forth? Silence fell. Then Tasselhoff climbed up on the stone wall and peered down. Look! The Draconian is floating down, just like a leaf. His wings don't flap. Be quiet, Tanis snapped. Tasselhoff glanced at the half-elf in surprise. Tanis's voice sounded strained and unnatural. The half-elf was staring at the well, his hands clenching nervously. Everything was still, too still. The storm clouds massed to the north, but there was no wind. Not a branch creaked. Not a leaf stirred. The silver moon and the red cast twin shadows that made things seen from the corner of the eye unreal and distorted. Then, slowly, Raceland backed away from the well, raising his hands before him as if to ward off some dreadful danger. I feel it too, Tanis swallowed. What is it? Yeah, what is it? Tasselhoff, leaning over, stared eagerly into the well. It looked as deep and dark as the mage's hourglass eyes. Get him away from me there, Raceland cried. Tanis, infected by the mage's fear and his own growing sense that something was terribly wrong, started to run for Tas. Even as he began to move, though, he felt the ground shake beneath his feet. The Kender gave a startled cry as the ancient stone wall of the well cracked and gave way beneath him. Tas felt himself sliding into the terrible blackness below him. He scrabbled frantically with his hands and feet, trying to clutch the crumbling rocks. Tanis lunged desperately, but he was too far away. Riverwind had started moving when he heard Raceland's cry, and the tall man's long, swift strides carried him quickly to the well. Catching hold of Tas by his collar, the plainsman plucked him from the wall, just as the stones and mortar tumbled down into the blackness below. The ground trembled again. Tanis tried to force his numb mind to figure out what was happening. Then a blast of cold air burst from the well. The wind swept dirt and leaves from the courtyard into the air, stinging his face and eyes. Run! Tanis tried to yell, but he choked on the foul stench erupting from the well. The columns left standing after the cataclysm began to shake. The companions stared fearfully at the well. Then Riverwind tore his gaze away. Goldmoon, he said, looking around. He dropped Tas to the ground. Goldmoon! He stopped as a high-pitched shriek rose from the depths of the well. The sound was so loud and shrill that it pierced the head. Riverwind searched frantically for Goldmoon, calling her name. Tanis was stunned by the noise. Unable to move, he saw Sturm, hand on his sword, slowly back away from the well. He saw Raceland, the mage's ghastly face glistening metallic yellow, his golden eyes red in the red moon's light, scream something Tanis couldn't hear. He saw Tasselhoff staring at the well in wide-eyed wonder. Sturm ran across the courtyard, scooped up the Kender under one arm, and ran onto the trees. Caramon ran to his exhausted brother, caught him up, and headed for cover. Tanis knew some monstrous evil was coming up out of the well, but he could not move. The words, "Run, fool, run," screamed in his brain. Riverwind, too, stayed near the well, fighting the fear that was growing within him. He couldn't find Goldmoon. Distracted by rescuing the Kender from tumbling into the well, he had not seen Goldmoon approach the unbroken temple. He looked around wildly, struggling to keep his balance as the ground shook beneath his feet. The high-pitched shrieking noise, the throbbing and trembling of the ground, brought back hideous, nightmarish memories. Death on black wings. He began to sweat and shake, then forced his mind to concentrate on Goldmoon. She needed him. He knew, and he alone knew, that her shadow of strength only masked her fear, doubt, and uncertainty. She would be terribly afraid, and he had to find her. As the stones of the well began to slide, Riverwind moved away and caught sight of Tanis. The half-elf was shouting and pointing past Riverwind toward the temple. Riverwind knew Tanis was saying something, but couldn't hear above the shrieking sound. Then he knew. Goldmoon. Riverwind turned to go to her, but he lost his balance and fell to his knees. He saw Tanis start to run toward him. Then the horror burst from the well, the horror of his fevered nightmares. Riverwind closed his eyes and saw no more. It was a dragon. Yeah, fly, you fools, says Sierra. Tanis, in those first few moments when the blood seemed to drain from his body, leaving him limp and lifeless, looked at the dragon as it burst forth from the well and thought, how beautiful, how beautiful. Sleek and black, the dragon rose, her glistening wings folded close to her sides, her scales gleaming. Her eyes glowed red-black, the color of molten rock. Her mouth opened in a snarl, teeth flashing white and wicked. Her long red tongue curled as she breathed the night air. Clear of the well's confines, the dragon spread her wings, blotting out stars, obliterating moonlight. Each wing was tipped with a pure white claw that shone blood red in the light of Lunitari. Fear such as Tanis had never imagined shriveled his stomach. His heart throbbed painfully. He couldn't catch his breath. He could only stare in horror and awe and marvel at the creature's deadly beauty. The dragon circled higher and higher into the night sky. Then, just as Tanis felt the paralyzing fear start to recede, just as he began to fumble for his bow and arrows, the dragon spoke. One word, she said, a word in the language of magic, and a thick, terrible darkness fell from the sky, blinding them all. Tanis instantly lost all grasp on where he was. He only knew there was a dragon above him about to attack. He was powerless to defend himself. All he could do was crouch down, crawl among the rubble, and try desperately to hide. I think I have something with a little bit of intensity here. We have a crumbling well. We have a dragon fight. Deprived of his sense of sight, the half-elf concentrated on his sense of hearing. The shrieking noise had stopped as the darkness fell. Tanis could hear the slow, gentle flap of the dragon's leathery wings and knew it was circling above them, rising gradually. Then he couldn't even hear the flapping anymore. The wings had quit beating. He visualized a great black bird of prey hovering alone, waiting. Then there was a very gentle rustling sound, the sound of leaves shivering as the wind rises before a storm. The sound grew louder and louder until it was the rushing of wind when the storm hits, and then it was the shrieking of the hurricane. Tanis pressed his body close against the crumbled well and covered his head with his arms. The dragon was attacking. She could not see through the darkness she had cast, but Kisanth knew that the intruders were still in the courtyard below. Her minions, the Draconians, had warned her that a group walked the land, carrying the blue crystal staff. Lord Verminard wanted that staff, wanted it kept safe with her, never to be seen in human lands. But she had lost it, and Lord Verminard had not been pleased. She had to get it back. Therefore, Kisanth had waited an instant before casting her darkness spell, studying the intruders carefully, searching for the staff. Unaware that already it had passed beyond her sight, she was pleased. She had only to destroy. The attacking dragon dropped from the sky, her leathery wings curving back like the blade of a black dagger. She dove straight for the well, where she had seen the intruders running for their lives. Knowing that they would be paralyzed by dragon fear, Kisanth was certain she could kill them all with one pass. She opened her fanged mouth. Tanis heard the dragon coming nearer. The great rushing sound grew louder and louder, then stopped for an instant. He could hear huge tendons creaking, lifting and spreading giant wings. Then he heard a great gasping sound, as of air being drawn into a gaping throat. Then a strange sound that reminded him of steam escaping from a boiling kettle. Something liquid splashed near him. He could hear rocks splitting and cracking and bubbling. Drops of the liquid splashed on his hand, and he gasped as the searing pain penetrated his being. Then Tanis heard a scream. It was a deep-voiced scream, a man's scream, Riverwind. So terrible, so agonized was the scream, that Tanis dug his fingernails into his palms to keep from adding his own voice to that horrible wail and revealing himself to the dragon. The screaming seemed to go on, and then it died to a moan. Tanis felt the rush of a large body swoosh past him in the darkness. The stones he pressed his body against shook. Then the tremor of the dragon's passage sank lower and lower into the depths of the well. Finally, the ground was still. There was silence. Tanis drew a painful breath and opened his eyes. The darkness was gone. The stars shone. The moons glowed in the sky. For a moment, the half-elf could do nothing but breathe and breathe again, trying to calm his shaking body. Then he was on his feet, running toward a dark form laying in the stone courtyard. Tanis was the first to reach the plainsman's body. He took one look, then choked and turned away. What remained of Riverwind no longer resembled anything human. The man's flesh had been seared from his body. The white of bone was nearly visible where skin and muscle had melted from his arms. His eyes ran like jelly down the fleshless, cadaverous cheeks. His mouth gaped open in a silent scream. His rib cage lay exposed, hunks of flesh and charred cloth clinging to bones. But, most horrible, the flesh on his torso had been burned away, leaving the organs exposed, pulsing red in the garish red moonlight. Tanis sank down, vomiting. The half-elf had seen men die on his sword. He had seen them hacked to pieces by trolls. But this was horribly different, and Tanis knew the memory of this would haunt him forever. A strong arm gripped him by the shoulders, offering silent comfort and sympathy and understanding. The nausea passed. Tanis sat back and breathed. He wiped his mouth and nose, then tried to force himself to swallow, gagging painfully. "You all right?" Caramon asked with concern. Tanis nodded, unable to speak. Then he turned to the sound of Sturm's voice. "May the true gods have mercy. Tanis! He's still alive! I saw his hand move!" Sturm choked. He could say no more. Tanis rose to his feet and walked shakily toward the body. One of the charred and blackened hands had risen from the stones, plucking horribly at the air. "End it," Tanis said hoarsely, his throat raw from bile. "End it, Sturm!" The knight had already drawn his sword. Kissing the hilt, He raised the blade to the sky and stood before Riverwind's body. He closed his eyes and mentally withdrew into an old world where death in battle had been glorious and fine. Slowly and solemnly, he began to recite the ancient Solamnic death chant. As he spoke the words that laid hold of the warrior's soul and transported it to the realms of peace beyond, he reversed the blade of the sword and held it poised above Riverwind's chest. Return this man to Huma's breast, beyond the wild, impartial skies. Grant to him a warrior's rest, and set the last spark of his eyes. Free from the smothering clouds of wars, upon the torches of the stars, let the last surge of his breath take refuge in the cradling air, above the dreams of ravens where only the hawk remembers death. Then, let his shade to Huma rise, beyond the wild, impartial skies. The knight's voice sank. Tanis felt the peace of the gods wash over him like cool, cleansing water, easing his grief and submerging the horror. Caramon beside him wept silently as they watched. Moonlight flashed on the sword blade. Then, a clear voice spoke. Stop. Bring him to me. Both Tanis and Caramon sprang up to stand in front of the man's tortured body, knowing that Goldmoon must be spared this hideous sight. Sturm, lost in tradition, came back to reality with a start and reversed his killing stroke. Goldmoon stood, a tall, slender shadow silhouetted against the golden, moonlit doors of the temple. Tanis started to speak, but he felt suddenly the cold hand of the mage grip his arm. Shivering, he jerked away from Raceland's touch. Do as she says, the mage hissed. Carry him to her. Tanis's face contorted with fury at the sight of Raceland's expressionless face, uncaring eyes. Take him to her, Raceland said coldly. It is not for us to choose death for this man. That is for the gods. Hi, Artemis Rosemoon. How you doing? What do you mean 64 needs 22, Artemis? However, that's chapter 15. Chapter 16. A Bitter Choice. The Greatest Gift. Oh, right. Yeah, Artemis Rose Moon. For box 64, yeah, we have $3 of the 25. So yeah, so it needs people to throw a couple dollary dues in there. If we pass the plate, people throw in a couple dollars, then we'll get to it, and we'll have another box we can give away. We gave away 2 boxes earlier, and we can give away another one tonight or more, depending on how much you all want to continue spreading that love and joy. Let's see if I have something for a temple. Tanis stared at Raceland. Not the quiver of an eyelid betrayed his feelings, if the mage had any feelings. Their eyes met, and as always, Tanis felt that the mage saw more than was visible to him. Suddenly, Tanis hated Raceland, hated him with a passion that shocked the half-elf, hated him for not feeling this pain, hated him and envied him at the same time. "We must do something," Sturm said harshly. "He's not dead, and the dragon may return." "Very well," Tanis said, his voice catching in his throat. "Wrap him in a blanket, but give me a moment alone with Goldmoon." The half-elf walked slowly across the courtyard. His footsteps echoed in the stillness of the night as he climbed marble steps to a wide porch. Where Goldmoon stood in front of the shining golden doors. Glancing behind him, Tanis could see his friends wrapping blankets from their packs around tree limbs to make a battlefield stretcher. The man's body was nothing more than a dark, shapeless mass in the moonlight. "Bring him to me, Tanis," Goldmoon repeated as the half-elf came up to her. He took hold of her hand. "Goldmoon," Tanis said, "Riverwind is horribly injured. He is dying. There is nothing you can do, not even the staff." "Hush, Tanis," Goldmoon said gently. The half-elf fell silent, seeing her clearly for the first time. In astonishment, he realized that the plainswoman was tranquil, calm, uplifted. Her face in the moonlight was the face of the sailor who has fought the stormy seas in his fragile boat and drifted at last to peaceful waters. "Come inside the temple, my friend," Goldmoon said, her beautiful eyes looking intently into Tanis's. "Come inside and bring Riverwind to me." Goldmoon had not heard the approach of the dragon, had not seen its attack on Riverwind. When they entered the broken courtyard of Zaxxaroth, Goldmoon had felt strange and powerful force, drawing her into the temple. She walked across the rubble and up the stairs, oblivious to everything but the golden doors shimmering in the silver-red moonlight. She approached them and stood before them for a moment. Then she became aware of the commotion behind her and heard Riverwind calling her name. "Goldmoon." She paused, unwilling to leave Riverwind and her friends, knowing a terrible evil was rising from the well. "Come inside, child," a gentle voice called to her. Goldmoon lifted her head and stared at the doors. Tears came to her eyes. The voice was her mother's. Tearsong, priestess of Quayshu, had died long ago, when Goldmoon was very young. "Tearsong?" Goldmoon choked. "Mother." "The years have been many and sad for you, my daughter." Her mother's voice was not heard so much as felt in her heart. "And I fear your burden will not soon ease. Indeed, if you continue on, you will leave this darkness only to enter a deeper darkness. Truth will light your way, my daughter, though you may find its light shines dimly in the vast and terrible night ahead. Still, without the truth, all will perish and be lost. Come here inside the temple with me, daughter. You will find what you seek." "But, my friends, Riverwind." Goldmoon looked back at the well and saw Riverwind stumble on the shaking cobblestones. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looks all right. I'm gonna
Eins von
Make
mir,
a
eins
note real quick
vorgegeben,
right
ist
now.
to complete box 64.
All right, so we have Artemis Rose Moon and Artemis Rose Moon gives 2. And then this completes the community. So we have a community gives 2. And so you all can see that I made those adjustments. Let me open up Discord. You see right here? Community gives 2. Artemis Rose Moon and Artemis Rose Moon gifts a box as well. Artemis, thank you very much. I sincerely appreciate your kindness. So, I'll keep this open. We're going to finish at least this chapter, okay? We're going to see what happens to Riverwind. And then, since it's a little after midnight, maybe we can do another giveaway, and we will, and then we'll find someone to raid and spread some love and energy to. So for those of you lurking out there, and if you are over on YouTube, I will be having this event over on Twitch. So you'll have to join us there if you wanted in on that, okay? Okay. Hi, Thantos. Thantos, we just have 2 boxes ready to go out. I don't know if you want to add to that madness and blasphemy, but after I finish this chapter, which is a pretty intense one, we're going to have at least these going out in a giveaway. But my friends, Riverwind. Goldmoon looked back at the well and saw Riverwind stumble on the shaking cobblestones. They cannot fight this evil. They will die without me. The staff could help. I cannot leave. She started to turn back as the darkness fell. I can't see them, Riverwind. Mother, help me, she cried in agony, but there was no answer. This isn't fair, Goldmoon screamed silently, clenching her fists. We never wanted this. We only wanted to love each other, and now we may lose that. We have sacrificed so much, and none of it has made any difference. I'm 30 years old, Mother, 30 and childless. They have taken my youth. They have taken my people, and I have nothing to show in return. Nothing except this. She shook the staff. And now I'm being asked once again to give still more. Her anger calmed. Riverwind. Hey, Jacance, thank you for gifting that sub to Lucius. And Thantos, thank you also for the cheer of the affiliate anniversary. Thank you. No, she hadn't been angry, she thought. His faith is strong. I am the weak one. Riverwind was willing to die for his faith. It seems I must be willing to live, even if it means living without him. Goldmoon leaned her head against the golden doors, their metal surface cool to her skin. Reluctantly, she made her bitter decision. I will go forward, Mother. Though if Riverwind dies, my heart dies too. I ask only one thing. If he dies, let him know somehow that I will continue his search. Leaning upon her staff, the chieftain of the Quayshu pushed open the golden doors and entered the temple. The doors shut behind her at the precise moment the black dragon burst from the well. Goldmoon stepped inside soft, enfolding darkness. She could see nothing at first, but a memory of being held very close in her mother's warm embrace played through her mind. A pale light began to shine around her. Goldmoon saw she was under a vast dome that rose high above an intricately inlaid tile floor. Beneath the dome, in the center of the room, stood a marble statue of singular grace and beauty. The light in the room emanated from this statue. Goldmoon, entranced, moved toward it. The statue was of a woman in flowing robes. Her marble face bore an expression of radiant hope, tempered with sadness. A strange amulet hung around her neck. "This is Mishakal, goddess of healing, whom I serve," said her mother's voice. "Listen to her words, my daughter." Goldmoon stood directly in front of the statue, marveling at its beauty, but it seemed unfinished, incomplete. Part of the statue was missing, Goldmoon realized. The marble woman's hands were curved, as if they had been holding a long, slender pole. But the hands were empty. Without conscious thought, with only the need to complete such beauty, Goldmoon slid her staff into the marble hands. It began to gleam with a soft blue light. Goldmoon, startled, backed away. The staff's light grew into a blinding radiance. Goldmoon shielded her eyes and fell to her knees. A great and loving power filled her heart. She bitterly regretted her anger. "Do not be ashamed of your questioning, beloved disciple. It was your questioning that led you to us, and it is your anger that will sustain you through the many trials ahead. You come seeking the truth, and you shall receive it. The gods have not turned away from man. It is man who turned away from the true gods. Kryn is about to face its greatest trial. Men will need the truth more than ever. You, my disciple, must return the truth and power of the true gods to man. It is time to restore the balance of the universe. Evil has now tipped the scales. For as the gods of good have returned to man, so have the gods of evil, constantly striving for men's souls. The Queen of Darkness has returned, seeking that which will allow her to walk freely in this land once more. Dragons, once banished to the nether regions, walk the land." Dragons, thought Goldmoon dreamily. She found it difficult to concentrate and grasp the words that flooded her mind. It would not be until later that she would fully comprehend the message. Then she would remember the words forever. "To gain the power to defeat them, you will need the truth of the gods. This is the greatest gift of which you were told. Below this temple, in the ruins haunted by the glories of ages past, rest the discs of Mishakal. Circular discs made of gleaming platinum. Find the discs, and you can call upon my power, for I am Mishakal, goddess of healing. Your way will not be easy. The gods of evil know and fear the great power of the truth. The ancient and powerful black dragon, Kisanth, known to men as Onyx, guards the discs. Her lair is in the ruined city of Zaxaroth below us. Danger lies ahead of you if you choose to try and recover the discs. Therefore, I bless this staff. Present it boldly, never wavering, and you shall prevail." The voice faded. It was then Goldmoon heard Riverwind's death cry. Tanis entered the temple and felt as if he had walked backward into memory. The sun was shining through the trees in Qualinost. He and Laurana and her brother Gilthanes were lying on the riverbank, laughing and sharing dreams after some childish game. Happy childhood days had been few for Tanis. The half-elf learned early that he was different from the others. But that day had been a day of golden sunshine and warm friendship. The remembered peace washed over him, easing his grief and horror. He turned to Goldmoon, standing silently beside him. What is this place? That is a story whose telling must wait, Goldmoon answered. With a light hand on Tanis's arm, she drew him across the shimmering tile floor until they both stood before the shining marble statue of Mishakal. The blue crystal staff cast a brilliant glow throughout the chamber. But even as Tanis's lips parted in wonder, a shadow darkened the room. He and Goldmoon turned toward the door. Caramon and Sturm entered, bearing the body of Riverwind between them on a makeshift litter. Flint and Tasselhoff, the dwarf looking old and weary, the Kender unusually subdued, stood on either side of the litter, an odd sort of honor guard. The somber procession moved slowly inside. Behind them came Raistlin, his hood pulled over his head, his hands folded in his robes, the specter of death itself. They moved across the marble floor, intent on the burden they bore, and came to a halt before Tanis and Goldmoon. Tanis, looking down at the body at Goldmoon's feet, shut his eyes. Blood had soaked through the thick blanket, spreading in great dark splotches across the fabric. "Remove the blanket," Goldmoon commanded. Caramon looked at Tanis pleadingly. "Goldmoon," Tanis began gently. Suddenly, before anyone could stop him, Raistlin bent down and tore the blood-stained blanket from the body. Goldmoon gave a strangled gasp at the sight of Riverwind's tortured body, turning so pale that Tanis reached out a steadying hand, fearing she might faint. But Goldmoon was the daughter of a strong, proud people. She swallowed, drew a deep, shuddering breath. Then she turned and walked up to the marble statue. She lifted the blue crystal staff carefully from the goddess's hands. Then she returned to kneel beside Riverwind's body. "Khan Toka," she said softly. "My beloved." Reaching out a shaking hand, she touched the dying plainsman's forehead. The sightless face moved toward her as if he heard. One of the blackened hands twitched feebly, as if he would touch her. Then he gave a great shudder and lay perfectly still. Tears streamed unheeded down Goldmoon's cheeks as she laid the staff across Riverwind's body. Soft blue light filled the chamber. Everyone the light touched felt rested and refreshed. The pain and exhaustion from the day's toil left their bodies. The horror of the dragon's attack lifted from their minds as the sun burns through fog. Then the light of the staff dimmed and faded. Night settled over the temple, lit once more only by the light emanating from the marble statue. Tanis blinked, trying once more to reaccustom his eyes to the dark. Then he heard a deep voice. "Khan Toka ne Serakan." He heard Goldmoon cry out in joy. Tanis looked down at what should have been Riverwind's corpse. Instead, he saw the plainsman sit up, holding out his arms for Goldmoon. She clung to him, laughing and crying at the same time. "And so," Goldmoon told them, coming to the end of her story, "we must find a way down into the ruined city that lies somewhere below the temple. and we must remove the discs from the dragon's lair. They were eating a frugal dinner, sitting on the floor in the main chamber of the temple. A quick inspection of the building revealed that it was empty, although Caramon told of finding draconian tracks on the staircase, as well as the tracks of some other creature the warrior couldn't identify. It was not a large building. 2 worship rooms were located on opposite sides of the hallway that led to the main chamber where the statue stood. 2 circular rooms branched off the main chamber to the north and south. They were decorated with frescoes that were now covered with fungus and faded beyond recognition. 2 sets of golden double doors led to the east. Caramon reported finding a staircase there that led down into the wrecked city below. The faint sound of surf could be heard, reminding them that they were perched on top of a great cliff overlooking New Sea. The companions sat, each preoccupied with his own thoughts, trying to assimilate the news Goldmoon had given them. Tasselhoff, however, continued to poke around the rooms, peering into... Uh-oh. Well, thank you very much, Westwind Games. Cheers to you. Thank you for following here at the Hero Zone. I appreciate it. I hope that you've been enjoying the story and the amateur voice work I've been putting to it. Tasselhoff, however, continued to poke around the rooms, peering into dark corners. Finding little of interest, the Kinder grew bored and returned to the group, holding an old helmet in his hands. It was too big for him. Kinderfolk never wore helmets anyway, considering them bothersome and restrictive. He tossed it to the dwarf. "What's this?" Flint asked suspiciously, holding it up to the light cast by Raceland's staff. It was a helm of ancient design, well crafted by a skilled metalsmith. Undoubtedly a dwarf, Flint decided, rubbing his hands over it lovingly. A long tail of animal hair decorated the top. Flint tossed the draconian helm he had been wearing to the floor. Then he put the newfound helm on his head. It fit perfectly. Smiling, he took it off, once more admiring the workmanship. Tanis watched him with amusement. "That's horsehair," he said, pointing to the tassel. "No, it's not," the dwarf protested, frowning. He sniffed it, wrinkling his nose. Failing to sneeze, he glanced at Tanis in triumph. "It's hair from the mane of a griffin." "Ooh, a griffin." Yeah, Westman. Now we had a climactic battle against a black dragon that melted one of the party members, who was able to recover, and now the group back together is making plans to go into an undercity to retrieve something called the Discs of Mishakal in order to help this healing goddess come back to the world of Kryn. So thank you for coming by. I know that this is probably a little odd. You know, on Twitch, we're used to video games or other things than reading books. But this is a place of, this is a friendly local game store. This is a place of learning and talking and sharing. You know, if you have any experience with role-playing, you're welcome to share stories or ask questions if you do need help with something as well. And so thank you for giving a channel like this a chance. Normally we'll build characters and we'll study different role-playing books. In this case, it's kind of a role-playing book, but I've never really narrated something before, and I figured this would stand out enough on Twitch that people who want something like this would really appreciate it. because there's not a lot of patience with reading through things or just telling the story. And it's okay to enjoy channels where things move quickly, it's flashy, it's a video game, or it's something that's, I guess, a lot more topical or sensational. But you know what we're doing? We're taking it easy. We're taking it easy right now, Westwind. Oh, there's from the mane of a griffin. There's our griffin mascot, Altair. Caramon guffawed. Griffin, he snorted. There's about as many griffins on Crane as there are... dragons? Interjected Raceland smoothly. The conversation died abruptly. Sturm cleared his throat. We'd better get some sleep, he said. I'll take first watch. No one need keep watch this night, Goldmoon said softly. She sat close to Riverwind. The tall plainsman had not spoken much since his brush with death. He had stared for a long time at the statue of Mishakal, recognizing the woman in blue light who had given him the staff, but he refused to answer any questions or discuss it. We are safe here, Goldmoon affirmed, glancing at the statue. Caramon raised his eyebrows. Sturm frowned and stroked his mustaches. Both men were too polite to question Goldmoon's faith, but Tanis knew that neither warrior would feel safe if watches weren't set. Yet there weren't many hours left until dawn, and they all needed rest. Raceland was already asleep, wrapped in his robes in a dark corner of the chamber. I think Goldmoon is right, Tasselhoff said. Let's trust these old gods, since it seems that, Let's trust these old gods, since it seems we have found them. The elves never lost them, neither did the dwarves, Flint protested, scowling. I don't understand any of this. Riorx is one of the ancient gods, presumably. We have worshipped him since before the cataclysm. Worship? Tanis asked. Or cry to him in despair because your people were shut out of the kingdom under the mountain. No, don't get mad. Tanis, seeing the dwarf's face flush an ugly red, held up his hand. The elves are no better. We cried to the gods when our homeland was laid waste. We know of the gods, and we honor their memories, as one would honor the dead. The elven clerics vanished long ago, as did the dwarven clerics. I remember Mishakal the healer. I remember hearing the stories of her when I was young. I remember hearing stories of dragons, too. Children's tales, Raceland would say. It seems our childhood has come back to haunt us, or save us. I don't know which. I've seen two miracles tonight, one of evil and one of good. I must believe in both if I am to trust the evidence of my senses. Yet, the half-elf sighed. I say we take turns on watch tonight. I am sorry, lady. I wish my faith were as strong as yours. Sturm took first watch. The rest wrapped themselves in their blankets and lay on the tile floor. The knight walked through the moonlit temple, checking the quiet rooms, more from force of habit than because he felt any threat. He could hear the wind blow chill and fierce outside, sweeping out from the north. But inside, it was strangely warm and comfortable. Too comfortable. Sitting at the base of the statue, Sturm felt a sweet peacefulness creep over him. Startled, he sat bolt upright and realized, chagrined, that he had nearly fallen asleep on watch. That was inexcusable. Berating himself severely, the knight determined that he would walk his watch, the full 2 hours, as punishment. He started to rise, then stopped. He heard singing, a woman's voice. Sturm stared around wildly, his hand on his sword. Then his hand slipped from the hilt. He recognized the voice in the song. It was his mother's voice. Once more, Sturm was with her. They were fleeing Solamnia, traveling alone except for one trusted retainer, and he would be dead before they reached Solace. The song was one of those wordless lullabies that were older than dragons. Sturm's mother held her child close and tried to keep her fear from him by singing this gentle, soothing song. Sturm's eyes closed. Sleep blessed him, blessed all of the companions. The light from Raceland's staff glowed brightly, keeping away the darkness. We will pick up, because that was chapter 16. Now we have 17, The Paths of the Dead, and Raceland's New Friends. But I believe that we have a giveaway to attend. Westwind Games, if you're still lurking here, with this channel being an extension of a friendly local game store, we have events where things like dice, or in this case, miniatures, are given out, especially at the generosity of others in... Oh, thank you, Bersilas. Especially because of the generosity of others in the community. And I'll show you what I mean here. We currently have an event on Discord, !Discord, called the Adopt-a-thon. I have a lot of minis that need homes. This is a way for you all to get minis off of me at below my distributor cost. And that includes free shipping to a US address, okay? So as you can see, there are members who ended up getting boxes for him or herself. However, you can also see that many in the community specifically gave away boxes, or people threw in a couple dollars at a time to pay for another box. So for example, the community pulled funds, and this box went randomly to Rosewolf of the Book Devouring Horde. We gave away 2 earlier tonight to Kragar and Batispada. Now, tonight, because of Artemis Rose Moon's generosity, the community is getting one from a mixed source, and Artemis Rose Moon herself is giving away a box. If any of you want to step up and provide funds to get another, even a partial community box, or a whole community box, you can do that. Or if you wanted to sponsor one yourself, you can do that as well. Or if you want one for yourself, then go ahead and claim one. But we are on track to fill all 100 boxes. That support has been amazing, and I appreciate it. Look, as a small business, as the Maw and the Paw, okay? It means a lot to me that you all have helped keep a channel like this way out of the mainstream on Twitch. You have helped to keep it going and growing, weather the bad times over the past couple years, and hopefully now this year, to do some significant growing. All right, so that one was marked as complete. Let's go back and start a new one. We'll call this we're going to call this giveaway Giver Moon instead of Sailor Moon. Mostly thanks here to Artemis Rose Moon. Now, there are 2 rules to a giveaway. The rules are you must be 18 plus to get in. Not because the minis are adult in nature, but because I want us all to be adults in the room, because I'll need to talk to you about a name and an address to whom and where things are sent. And of course, you all get tracking codes and everything. It's transparent. It's all above board. Second, all shipments inside the US, I pay the postage on. So it's free to you. If you need me to send prizes outside the US, you have to pay the international shipping. Okay? So with that, everyone can get 1 ticket at the cost of 0 experience points by typing !ticket or !enter. I am going to move this over here so you all can see that you are entering the giveaway. This is currently for 2 boxes of minis. If you want me to give away more, I would need to make sure that the funds are there, supplied from you all back to yourselves. So this is a good chance. Get a box for yourself or gift one, since we're already going through this. And of course, we can do this again. Tomorrow. I'm gonna get up and stretch. Give me a couple minutes, okay? You all enter, and we'll listen to some music in the back. We'll listen to some more cheerful music in the background as we grow closer to this giveaway.
eine Moorbox von me, the remainder towards a community box.
I put my headphones on and it sounds like I missed something. I just sat down. Let's see what's going on. What in tarnation? Artemis Rosemoon says, one more box for me. The remainder toward the community box. Oh, wait, did I miss something else too? Also, hi, Miss Necro. How are you doing? Thank you for stopping by. There I am. Hello. Hello, I have a face. Yellow, 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 yellow. Okay, and the remainder towards... Okay, so this is... let's open up Discord so you all can see what's going on. We're going to edit. Artemis Rosemoon is getting another box, and then all right. Now, before I close the giveaway, does anyone else want to throw in some dollary dues to get this other box to 25? In which case, in which case we will have 3 boxes to give away. So we're $21 shy of a third box. Oh, Miss Necro, what do you stream? I love your emote. Bane, can we get a shout out? We have another streamer here, Miss Necro. Ms. Necro, what do you usually stream? Thank you for stopping by the Hero Zone. I'm just gonna sip on this Werner Zero Sugar Ginger Ale. Not sponsored. There, Artemis Rosemoon, you got it. Thank you. Thank you for you. You know what? I even have. I'm doing the thing. I'm not a boomer. This isn't Monster Ultra. All right, so remember, 18 plus to get in, free shipping to a US address, but if you win and need it shipped outside the US, you're responsible for paying the shipping to get it to you, and I'd communicate to you about it. Everyone who has stuff shipped out, you're gonna get tracking numbers, and I do, this is a part of my job. I am reputable. I'm not a fly-by-night, so if it's our first time meeting, you know what? To you, I've been a random guy on Twitch for however long you've been here. So if you don't trust me, I understand. Though I'm sure there's a lot of people up here who can tell you that I'm good for it. At a real life pet, I might even, hang on. Hang on. I'm gonna get called out for this. If I'm gonna get called out for this... I'm going to take you all behind the scenes, okay? You all are going behind the scenes. For all the artists I work with, I send a lot of references, okay? When I want something made, y'all don't understand how much goes into emotes and all the channel art, okay? So, I send references. And so the references that I sent to Dan for this emote are this here and this here, so that we have a real life reference. All right, I guess we're giving one away.
You want to give it away. Best always. From your favorite Fae.
You are my favorite Fae. Thank you. It's good to see you here, Satirical. You're not going to throw up on my desk, are you? Ma'am? Keeping it down. We okay? Are we okay? All right, so we do have 3, and if we get 21 more dollars, we'll have 4 boxes to give away. Yeah, but Versailles, the art, I like the art. So here's my philosophy on such things. Art is something, it is one of the humanities because it's an expression of humanity. And while art is something that doesn't technically need to exist, the fact that we make it is, I guess, is evidence of our efforts and our thoughts and our ideals. So if I'm going to default to anything, I would like to default to the process of creation and the celebration of people's talents. And so art for the sake of art does hold meaning to me. Is it technically an expense? Could I have just taken a picture of myself in front of the green screen and done this myself? Yes. And it would save me money and I don't have to pay Dan. At the same time, having the consistency of the art and knowing I can support a community member and just knowing that something like that had to be made. It is a bespoke extension of our humanity together. It means a lot to me. And so I get it, and I'm not yelling at you or anything, Bersilis, because it's true. I could have just used the picture of Boomer me mixed with the meme, and there we go. But I really wanted to make sure that there was something, that there was just something more to it, which is why you all have the all the emotes that you do. If you're a follower, you have as many emotes as I can give you. If you're any tier, you have as many emotes as I can make. If you're a subscriber, your sub badge is as current as I can make it. And if you've contributed bits, if you've cheered bits to the channel, you unlock even more emotes through cheering with bits. So this place is rife with art. It's everywhere. And I want you all to enjoy it and to celebrate it in some way. Also, Earth without art is eh. I like that, Bersilis. Call yourself a boomer there, eh, Matt? Meaning you're definitely not. I'm still 20 something. I totally, what I totally meant to share was, I mean, this is me. This is me. Heretic Trance, look. It's me. Hello, fellow youths. I too enjoy zooming around and not researching things that are ubiquitously able to be understood through the internet or simple conversation. Did you hear about those Gen 1ers? Can you stand those types of Pokemon players? I mean, come on. Wow, wow. I have an old soul in a phylactery hidden in a zero sugar monster can. You all right? Okay. Boom, boom.
Letter before gifts.
Well, well, well. It seems as if the turns have tabled. Let me just, no, that's not what I wanted to open. Hang on. No, that's the wrong thing. Surely this... Surely this reference is me, right, everyone? Meow, I agree. Everything is Meowsy. Oh, are you staring into their souls and judging them? That's so nice of you. That's so nice of you, judging their souls. All right, here we go. Yes, I am the superlative Chad, heretic. I am the superlative. All right, be well, Bane. All right, so we have four boxes of minis as per our adopt-a-thon. over on Twitch, exclamation point, on Twitch, on Discord, exclamation point Discord, exclamation point Discord to check it out for yourself. All of this is accounted for. And if you're new here and you win, and if you do use Discord, please join the server because that makes communicating about your prize a lot easier, okay? Ma'am, I need that microphone back, please. I know, you're rubbing it. Don't rub that away from me, okay? All right. So this is what we're gonna do. 11 of you have entered. 24 are watching, 2 on YouTube. Hi, YouTube viewers. So 11 of you have entered for 4 boxes, so pretty good chances. 18 plus to get in, free shipping to a US address, and let's proceed. I'm going to count down from 10, then close entries, and in order that you find the slots, the prize slots on Discord, those are the names that I'm going to fill in. For those of you out there who are subscribers, who are followers or whatever, I'd love to see you use emotes to celebrate the victories. If you need extra, whether you're a follower, subscriber, or neither, all of these will show up for you through BTTV. So for example, Hacker Cat, if you think that I'm hacking and this is rigged, or if you want to go like Laser, and then we have Hyper, Chica, Crazy, and we also have Gandalf, please. Oh, no, hey, off the keyboard, ma'am. Aye. No, don't sit on the keyboard, please. You have all of this desk space. Why do you have to sit on the keyboard? You have everywhere else on this desk. Why must your butt be on the keyboard? Anyway, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Did you almost fall off? What was that? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and close giveaway. All right, now I want to see conga rats. I want to see capsules or explosions or whatever as we celebrate the 4 winners of these boxes that have been provided very generously by community members. So make sure to say thank you as well, right? That's right and proper. Here we go. Our first winner is Lucius. You Will Never Know is ahead of the game. Look at those party biddies. So give some conga rats to Lucius, Artemis Rose Moon. Artemis, I know that you're a fan of the Goblin. Do you like the Goblin's new emotes? What do you think of them? I know one's a little sad. All right. Our next winner is Versilis. Let's show some conga rats to Versilis, where it is currently 1 p.m. Saturday. 1 p.m. Saturday the 23rd. $2.10, okay. 2:10 p.m. Saturday, February 23rd, in the year of our Lord 2025. All right, our third winner is... Well, don't look at me that I'm banging on the desk, ma'am. You have no right. She's staring at me like, what are you doing? Here we go. Our third winner is... Oh, this is so rigged. I want to see rigged. I want to see like 1,000 rigged right up here. Lowercase R-I, capital G-G, lowercase E-D. I want to see rigged right up here, please. This is completely rigged. Yeah, it's so rigged, it's rigatoni. Westwind Games, that is our... If any of the mascots are antagonists bordering on a villain, it's the Glooblin. The Glooblin has a whole story unto itself. But if anyone rigs something, it for sure is going to be our Glooblin here. A gift from the Fae. You own him now. He's your responsibility. All right. And our fourth... Artemis, I know. Does that break your heart? I think everyone likes the gift emote for one or possibly two large reasons. A lot of people like the gift emote. But I couldn't help it. She needed a sad emote too to really express dismay. All right, here we go. The final, because yeah, we have community. Artemis Rose Moon gives 2. Community gives 2. The final one is Satirical Sage gives 2, and Satirical Sage expressly is giving a gift to... Thank you, Tony. Good morning to you. To... I don't know. Some rando. Yeah, let me see them conga rats. Let me see them conga rats. All right, now we come over here. Yeah, we'll never know. Now, for those of you who found this channel tonight, if you come back tomorrow, I can't guarantee it, but we might have more. Last Saturday, the community super stepped up and we gave away 12 boxes, something like that. I think we gave away, it was like all of these and then a little bit into here. Saturday could be a big day too. Now, hopefully you'll enjoy the storytelling and the narration. If you're here just for the prizes, you can be. I won't be mad at you. If I got upset that people only stopped by to enter giveaways and then they ditched, I mean, then I wouldn't do giveaways if it upset me. It'd be cool if people stuck around, but I ain't your mama or your dada. All right, so we have Lucius and Bersilis. Then we have Bane. Then, lastly, we had You Will Never Know. So there we go. Full transparency for all of the winners. Full transparency to the winners. And it looks like we're down to, well, let's see, 71, 72. We are only 28 boxes away from the grand finale. And the grand finale is one of these people are winning a $400 gargantuan pre-painted Tiamat. Also with free US shipping. This thing is about the size of the cat that you saw on the table in front of you here. Now, the only way you win that, so for example, Bersilis, while you did win this box, Bersilis, you get the minis, but Artemis Rose Moon gets the entry to Tiamat. If you all want Tiamat entries, you have to be the one that sponsors the box. For yourself or for someone else. So just keep that in mind. If you want to go for the big girl, if you want to go for the 5-headed cat-sized mini of the evil goddess of dragons, you need to pick up at least a box, right? That way, when I roll the D100 on channel, and we'll all watch together, it's not rigged. I'm gonna shake it and let it rip. Then we'll all watch together who wins. But the only way that you're getting entries for the Tiamat is if you get a box yourself, or if you do receive one of the community, like several people threw in a little bit. You know, $3, $4 here and there. So in this case, Rose Wolf of the BDH, if I roll a 20, Rose Wolf wins. Because this was just made up of several people who are just generously giving little bits at a time. But for those people who give an entire box, like Coffee Cat keeps the entry for Tiamat, but Kragar gets the miniatures in the box. So bear that in mind. I only have 28 of these boxes left. If you want to throw in, it does help support the channel. As this is a fundraiser to keep it going and growing. You are helping immediately that way, and that's a way at the very end of everything, because I know that this is a big ask. 100 boxes at 25 apiece. I know it's a big ask, but at the same time, the rewards are plentiful, capped off with this gargantuan Tiamat as well. But as you can see, we've had an accounting of everyone. So everything is above board. All right, now, speaking of minis, let's raid an awesome mini painter. Come along with me in the raid to give Wapelius some Hero Zone energy. /raid Wapelius. Let's go say hi. He paints amazing, beautiful miniatures. Very soft-spoken, very educational. Awesome guy. Wapelius, excellent, excellent, excellent. highly recommend you give his channel a look, a listen, and a follow, please. So, we'll be back tomorrow for more reading. And until then, let's check out Wapelius's latest work, okay? Here we go. Thank you so much, everyone. Can we blow it out tomorrow? Is Saturday the day when all the rest of the boxes go out and I have to award a Tiamat to someone? Only you can make it happen, everyone. I'll see you in Wapelius's channel. Take care.